It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurwitz behind the controls. This is Brett. I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shonen Knife. Never think about what I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours. Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. R.I.P. Todd.
Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose cross stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us past our spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the brave and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Still singing Bible night before I praise on the bed. Way up ahead, I see the crowd and flashing through the lights. I'd rather see the college outside the lights. Never know what's going on.
The docile sounds of the Pie Tasters kick us off on this NFL Week 4 edition of the Round Robin. I am Stephen Murray. I am your host for the next 5 hours as we break down every wagering angle and what looks like a tough, a ruthless, but maybe very profitable, hopefully for us, NFL Week 4. And the NFL through 3 weeks has been nothing short of crazy and wacky. If you were to just kind of look back and see that everything, like, you know, the state of the art of the quarterbacks right now with like Burrow hurt and Jaden hurt and the Cowboys, how bad their defense is, just how bad some of these other teams are. Browns have the 86 Bears at defense. What's wrong with Baltimore? What's wrong with Kansas City? If you're just to kind of step back and look into the future, just a month, if this was the end of August, you would look ahead to right now and say, I did not see half of these things coming. Obviously, injuries are a concern. I mean, there's no Mike Evans today. I mean, there's 80 number of players who are out. The 49ers, I mean, who knows who's starting in what position at any given time for that team. The storylines are just so plentiful right now in the NFL. So trying to find good big-time winners just makes our job that much more difficult. But that's why we have fun, and that's why we need to go ahead and have this long show and try to dissect every angle. And that's what we're about. If you're a new listener or new viewer to this program, what we do is we look to invest the minimum to make the maximum. We do like parlays. We do not like teasers. In fact, the teaser world, a lot of the shows I listen to hate on the parlays, but they love teasers. I don't know what that logic is there. But we feel like we can take $10 and turn that into $2,000, $5,000, $10,000, whatever the case may be. And we've done it. We've done it plenty of times here on the program. And, if we turn $10 into $2,000, that gives us 200 times to lose before we're in the red. So that's our theory here. We like to invest the minimum for the maximum, and what gives us the right to say that we are right in the way that we attack things. Well, you know what? I've been on both sides of that sports book for a combined 65 years experience. So I would say that amounts to something. You want to go listen to this kid down the street on his podcast who hasn't watched but maybe 5 or 6 years of the NFL? Or do you want to listen to someone who's actually been on both sides of the sports book for about 65 combined years, who knows the ins and outs of the NFL, all the golden rules, and how we need to approach things? So that's our program. We will take a look at the fresh lines and the weather first. Then we'll get on our man from the West Coast, Castro Valley, California. Our guy, Dave Del Grande, will break down the NFC West. We'll break down the AFC West games, and then all the other fun games. We'll try to get those involved as well. Fun games being games that can be higher scoring, profitable to our over props that we like to bet. If maybe betting under props is the right thing to do in a lot of cases, but maybe not. I mean, the last couple of weeks look like dead under weeks, and we've been able to get a lot of points out of these games. So will that trend continue today? I figure good weather helps the point scenario. So that's why we like to look at weather and the fresh lines very first thing, and we'll get those digested into our
skin and monitor as we go along through the morning. So lines and weather, then Dave Del Grande. We'll come back and do Survivor Pool, and we'll get the crew in here this morning as we have a game going on too. Maybe we need to do the art of making a ticket right off the bat with a Pittsburgh Minnesota Viking game over in England. We'll have that on in studio, and we'll tag along with that as we dissect all the other games for the later windows of 1 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Eastern, and of course the night game and a doubleheader tomorrow night as well. So let's try to find some good wagering angles. I have a feeling we're going to come up with some unique stuff just because of the nature of the beast right now. I did do a little bit of research, and we have had a ton of 100-yard receivers. So don't shy away from that necessarily. And where teams are maybe getting 100 yards on the ground, we've had very few 100-yard rushers. So take that for what it's worth. I mean, literally just a handful. I didn't quite get through all the games through 3 weeks, but I got through most of them. And my sheet was filled up with about 30 100-yard receivers, and I had about 500-yard rushers. On that note, too, we're not getting a lot of 300-yard passers. When we do, they're shattering the 300-yard mark. But not, we don't have every other guy out there throwing for 300 yards. So maybe 3 touchdowns for a quarterback is a better approach than yardage. 100-yard rushers, you're not getting a lot of them. So maybe don't have a ticket of 5 guys on there because I don't think we're going to get home on that. But there's been no shortage of 100-yard receivers. Okay, so take that for what it's worth in the research that I've done here for the first few weeks. Also, the quarterbacks are running, it seems like, a lot too. So quarterback rushing yards will be something we'll really get involved with today. The running back receive yards, I think, are suffering a little bit because of the quarterback rushing yards. And we have not had a lot of 2 touchdown scorers. That's the other thing we'll need to kind of notate. And we love our 2 touchdown scorers. But, man, our tickets are coming up dry in that regard. But we are winning, okay? I mean, the Ants man, again, he gets the ticket home Thursday night, not a big ticket. And, want me to tell you about Heartbreak City here in 1 second before we get into the art of making a ticket for this Pittsburgh game? I'll give you a Heartbreak City on a ticket on Thursday night, which means, tells us you have to have thick skin to do what we do and the way that I do things in particular. But the Ant-Man gets home. He's missed a Thursday night, so he's had 4 winning Thursdays. Nephew Dave with back-to-back winning weeks himself. And then do I get a push? I think I get a push. Last week, I got a Kyle Juszczyk first touchdown score ticket that helped my cause that I played late on a live line when they had no touchdowns, and he didn't score until I believe what was late in the third or even the fourth quarter, maybe. So that kind of helped my cause. I think for the show, I would say we're at least 2-0-1 through 3 weeks. 2 wins, 0 losses, and 1 push. For myself personally, we had the 1 big winning week in week 2 and probably about 2 pushes, I would say, if we're going to call a push, plus or minus within $100 and 0 losses. But the moral of the story is this. I don't think we've had a losing week yet. Del Grande, a little bit tougher time because he's been anticipating not as many points to be scored. But we need to follow along with his knowledge because he is very smart for everything that we're doing. I mean, the man was writing fantasy football columns in the 80s. That's his resume, Dave Del Grande, who we'll get up here in just a few minutes. I mean, he was writing fantasy football columns in the 1980s, put it that way. All right, well before fantasy football was known as anything like it is today. He is also a senior analyst with Stat Factor. He writes for Deadspin. He covers the Golden State Warriors for Field Level Media, but an expert NFL gambler all the way around. All right, so let's have some fun this morning. Let's find some good picks, and we'll try to knock it out of the park for you. And I think I got to do the Steeler game here on my phone. And I got a 30% profit boost. And really, how do I want to approach this game is the question. Do I want to just have fun and try to get some touchdown scorers, or do I want to look for some yardage and things of that nature? Remember Jordan Addison, we get him back today off suspension. The last time he's come off of a suspension, he played fantastic. So I fully expect maybe to get him back involved today. And the Steelers have given up a lot of points. So maybe we just go ahead and hit these touchdown scorers and just try to make it simple and have some fun with it today. Let's see. I got a Jordan Addison at plus 260. That seems fair to me. We can get Justin Jefferson at plus 150 today. Let's go ahead and lock him down. And then we can also get, well, DK Metcalf's been getting a lot of balls. He's plus 170. Those guys all together, $10 wins $220 just for those three, for Addison, Metcalf, and Jefferson. What if I want to go ahead and slide Calvin Austin the third in there, as he's had a fantastic season so far for himself. I do have him on a receiving prop alternate for something later on, so maybe I'll just hold steady with that. But Calvin Austin is at plus 290 today. I mean, do we take Austin, Metcalf, Addison, and Jefferson? Is it that simple? Really? I mean, that's four of the premier players. I'm just worried what we might get out of Pittsburgh overall. We saw how good Brian Flores can coach this Minnesota team at the end of the day. Let's go ahead and we'll go ahead and lowball this guy a little bit. Let's take Calvin Austin the third out of there. Let's go with Addison, Metcalf, and Jefferson. Just on a basic little ticket. We'll put a 30% profit boost on there. We'll go ahead and let it rip for $12.50. That pays out $363 on these three players to score this morning in the game in England. And that's Justin Jefferson, DK Metcalf, and Jordan Addison. That is simple enough, right? $12.50 to win, $363.02. And we will fire that in. Profit boost used. And that is the art of making a ticket. If you want to look at some other things just real quick on that game, again, I mentioned Calvin Austin on his receive yards. I would take a chance on Warren on his receive yards as well. Jaylen Warren, the running back. Rodgers likes to dump it off to the running backs just at the end of the day. So you can get plus money for 30 yards at plus 140. Seems attractive. And then also with Calvin Austin the third for 40 yards, you'll get even money. Yeah, I'd like a little bit better price for Austin the third. And that kind of leads us to the heartbreak city of Thursday night with the Arizona-Seattle game. I played three players for 30 yards receiving or more. Barner, the tight end for Seattle, who we talked about on the show, he gets there in the second half. I actually had him for 2 touchdowns, and he scored first. I was able to get a couple $100 in bonus bets because I had him in the touchdown jackpot play, which means I got to split $1 million with everyone else who had Barter for the anytime touchdown, and he scored first. So a couple $100 in free bets on that. But I would have loved to have gotten the 60-1 home on his 2 touchdowns. And then we had Dortch for the Cardinals, who got his 30 yards late, but who did not get his 30 yards. He had 29 yards on the second play. Kenneth Walker the third on the second play of the game. So he looked like he was the one sitting pretty. His final number of the game, 29. 29. And what did he do in the early part of the fourth quarter? Is he dropped a gimme catch right in his hands. He turned to look upfield, and he dropped the ball. How much did that drop cost me? After the profit boost, $9,500. So 1 yard away from $9,500. That requires thick skin. All right. So thick skin, fire again. That is the motto around here. And we'll look forward to having a good game, good day on this Sunday. I mean, college, even last night, my Southern Miss team did good. They covered the spread well. And Alabama, I just needed 31.5 points. They had 24 at halftime and get 0 the rest of the game. So that was a bad beat to an extent. NFL football greater than college football. Okay, let's go through the lines real quick. Let's see where we're sitting this morning with the weather as well, and then we'll pipe in Del Grande. So, no, I don't want to leave the site. Let's just get a new tab up here, and we'll go through the weather and the current odds. And let's see what's up. Croke Park, the site of Pittsburgh and Minnesota, 59 degrees, chance of rain 20% over there with the Vikings and the Steelers. Right now, Minnesota is at 2.5 and 41. Okay, in the 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern time window, 10 o'clock Pacific, Buffalo is now 15.5. I've seen 14.5s in places, 75 degrees. 6 mile per hour winds, all this money coming in on New Orleans, which I do not get at all. An interesting angle for Del Grande in that game as well. At the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, indoors for Atlanta and Washington, Atlanta is now a 2-point favorite and 43.5 for the game there. I see also a 2.5 for Atlanta as well. We're indoors there for the Falcons. Indoors with Cleveland and Detroit. Detroit's now up to 10.5, 44.5 at one book. I also see for Detroit 9.5 and 44.5. So that's a big difference if you can get on either side on what you want there. I do like Detroit today. I don't care how good the Browns defense is. We'll talk about that more as we go through the show. The Chargers are in MetLife to play the Giants. 6.5, 44 is the total. No humidity, 80 degrees. A beautiful day if you're tailgating out there at MetLife Stadium. Let's just check the other book and see if we have line movement there. We're at the same line, 6.5, 43.5. All right. Out indoors in Houston, 7.5. The favorite for the Texans over the Titans. So 2 0-3 teams trying to get off the hook. Indoors, comfortable at NRG Stadium this afternoon. Raymond James Stadium, 90 degrees, but lower humidity, only 58% humidity for a banged-up Tampa Bay team as they host Philadelphia. I see 3.5 and 43.5 across the board. New England hosting Carolina, 77 degrees, 65% humidity, a beautiful day up there at Gillette for the Patriots in Carolina. If you're going to that game in Foxborough. So do we see anything else? 5.5, 43.5. Yep, that's what we got across the board in that game. And then in the later window this afternoon, we have 4 games at the 4 p.m. Eastern window, 1 o'clock Pacific. We are in San Francisco, 71 degrees. Humidity 71%, so a little sticky with the Jaguars and 49ers. 3.5 and 46, the total there. And then down in SoFi at the mostly indoor stadium that will have a lightning delay because of a window. No precipitation, though, only 3%. 50 is the total in this game now. Wow, is that going up? I see 49.5. It wasn't 49 yesterday. 3.5 for the favorite Rams over the Colts, who have been the lovable, sweet darling of everyone in the league so far. Oh, those cute Colts. They'll have a good matchup today with the Rams. We're trying to rebound after the bad beat of the season last year. We all know it. We've seen it. That's one way not to cover a spread is to have your field goal blocked at the end of the game and have it run back the other way. I think I've seen that 4 or 5 times in my life. One time as a bookie in college, we were not expecting it, and that's what happened. And we cleaned everyone's clocks, taking bets because that went into our favor. Other controversial time down in Jacksonville where they had to pull everyone back onto the field to kick the extra point. Let's see. Vegas -1 over the Bears and 48 indoor at Allegiant Stadium. So money coming in a little bit on Chicago now. I also see 1.5, 47.5 for Vegas. Let's see. Another afternoon game at Arrowhead. This is the marquee matchup. Ravens, the favorite on the road, -2.5, 48, 87 degrees, but lower humidity and no precipitation for that game. AT&T Stadium tonight with the Packers and the Cowboys. Green Bay laying 6.5 and 46 we see now, or 46.5 across at another book as well. And then tomorrow night, outdoors, neither game. A slight chance of rain at Hard Rock Stadium with the Dolphins and the Jets. Miami -2.5, 44.5, and 20% chance of precipitation as well. 72 degrees, low humidity with Cincinnati and Denver minus 7.5, 44.5. A little muggy too, also in Miami. So that's it. Really, generally, just you're going to be in a dome, or it's going to be a nice day. So, can we get a lot of points again? Okay, let's go ahead and cue up our man from Castro Valley, California. He writes for Deadspin. He's a columnist with Field Level Media, covering the Golden State Warriors. He's been writing about fantasy football since the 1980s. He's a senior analyst at Stat Factor and the founder of MrFantasy.com himself. This is our Sunday morning coffee conversation with our guy, Dave Del Grande. We'll be back with the crew right about 9:45 to do Survivor and go through the whole slate of games for the morning. But let's get into the AFC West, NFC West, other fun games, and get some good picks for you guys now. Settle in, grab your coffee. If you're cooking breakfast, traveling the interstates, whatever you're doing, keep us tuned in, the volume up on the TV, put your phone aside, listen all morning, and we're going to come up with some great content and make some money for all of us this afternoon. So without further ado, let's get to our guy from Castro Valley, California, Dave Del Grande. Okay, September football. I'm going to go into September football knowing that I'm not going to be right about some things. I'm not going to pretend like I know it all. I try to come in with a little bit of a game plan. For example, things that we've talked about, like, I'm going to try to fade the Seahawks. That hasn't worked out so well for me. A couple other maybe minor things as well. But I feel like now after 3 weeks, I'm starting to shape better opinions, although the injuries make it a little bit trickier for sure. Through the first 3 weeks or so, what might have surprised you the most, kind of what's happened so far?
Well, I think there's so many young quarterbacks in the league, and you're looking for a trend as to, are these guys improving? I remember last year about this time, a lot of talk about Caleb Williams and how he was going to progress on a week-to-week basis. He didn't have a terrible year, but he never really blossomed into the guy that all the hype, thought that he might turn into. And you're wondering this year the same kind of thing happening, or are we seeing progress? It's what I'm looking for in a lot of these teams. I mean, obviously now there's a new guy on the block with the Giants having gone to their rookie quarterback. So he's 3 weeks behind the others who have gotten the start from the get-go, like Ward has with the Titans. And I mean, I look at Ward, I kind of see the same thing as I saw with Williams last year, is that it's hard to, I mean, I heard they're not a very good team. They don't have the greatest skill set of receivers. And I wonder if that's going to change over the course of the year. We saw that, like I said, we saw with Caleb Williams, it didn't really change, but the team was smart enough to recognize that and has gone out this year and made significant changes to the point where his second year was a lot better. So I'm wondering if it's time to pause on these young quarterbacks and just, stop guessing. I mean, let's wait and see until they do something, which may or may not happen all season long.
Right, and maybe patience, the key a little bit. I mean, Caleb looking a little bit better than he did last year. I mean, he's found a Dunze, which I think we figured DJ Moore might be his better target, but now he's really found one in Odunze. And you're right about Cam. I mean, he has nothing around him, does he? I mean, that is tough sledding for a rookie like that when you just don't have much to work with.
No, I mean, you're right. And so, but yet it's, I mean, there's so many quarterbacks and certainly throughout NFL history, but it seems like there's been more of them, for the course of the last 10 years, where guys have been complete failures at their first stop, and they bounced around, and now some of them, I mean, I look at Mayfield, I look at Darnold, I look at Daniel Jones. I mean, these kinds of guys who were, oh my God, what a terrible pick.
Right.
This guy,
it takes time. It's taking time.
Yeah. Right. And now and even Mac Jones.
Yep.
Yes. And he's gotten into a real nice situation. So it's, I wouldn't give up on these guys. And even this year, I mean, it's possible that Dart or Ward, will turn things around. I think Dart has a better opportunity because I think the Giants actually have a nice set of receivers. They play in a division where you're going to get Dallas twice, and we know Dallas doesn't have much defense. You're going to get Washington twice, and while Washington's a good team, they're not a good defensive team. And you're getting a generally weak schedule. I think the possibilities there for him to develop over the course of the year. It's going to be interesting to see. I just don't see it happening with Ward. Like you said, man, who's he throwing the ball to? They don't have much of a running game. They're very mediocre on defense. I mean, they really, truly look like the worst team in the league, even after getting the first pick.
In week 3, at the end of the day, was somewhat entertaining, and we did achieve a decent amount of points in a decent amount of games last week. But a lot of those came in some weird, obscure ways, right? With the block kicks, running back field goals, and that sort of thing. So it'll be interesting to see if week 4 will translate into the points and what is another interesting schedule, just to say the least. I mean, some of these games don't look appealing right off the top, but when you kind of break them down, we'll get to it, but how will this Lions offense do against this Browns defense that looks exceptionally well at this point? And that's another thing I think too. With some of the points we've had, I mean, we still have some pretty decent defenses overall out there who seem to be somewhat dominant at times. The Cowboys defense is atrocious. Oh my God. And we have some bad ones as well. But But we saw a couple of the decent ones on Thursday night, I think, with the Cardinals and the Seahawks. I don't know, kind of a lot to get into with everything I just said, but your take on all of that.
I agree. I mean, you're seeing, I don't know if I would say more emphasis on defense than we've seen in the past, but maybe just better defensive coaching. I mean, I look at the Chargers as a team that for years people thought, oh man, this team's got a lot of offensive potential. And they've got a chance to move up in a division where there's one good team, but there's three bad teams. I mean, you very easily move up to second place in the AFC West and you make the playoffs, and it never really happened with Staley there. And now Harbaugh's come in, and immediately they've become, they might be the best team in that division. But a lot of it is, sound defense. And, we see Denver, is now more highly regarded because their defense has improved. Green Bay certainly is a team that's gone from, a good, solid bottom tier playoff team to, a very serious contender now in the NFC based on their defensive play. So there are teams that are seeing that. Even the Eagles, who were known last year for this high-flying offensive team, and oh man, they got the receivers, they got the running back, they got this quarterback they can't stop. But they've very quietly put together, a solid defense by the end of last year, and they've had some injuries this year. They're not up to the fastest start among defenses, but they're a team that's built on solid defense as well,
and they'll get better probably. Is the thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's. I'm not a big fan of defense, so I love I love watching Cowboys games because because when your defense is that bad, it forces your offense to be better, to throw the ball more, to take more chances, and so Cowboys games are. Who would have thought that Cowboys game against the Giants would be, in a season where, like you said, there's been a lot of entertaining games this year, and a lot of them have been, not the ones you would have predicted. That certainly, to me, is the surprise game of the year, the way that game played out.
Okay, we have, let's see. I think we both agree that with Jackson Dart, you have new life with the Giants, and if there's a chance for a team to kind of turn things around, it's them at 0-3. Other 0-3 teams are the Jets, the Dolphins, the Texans. I think we both agree the Titans have a tough road ahead of them. They're not going to win many games. Other 0-3 teams, the Saints, and that's it. So of that list, I'm guessing maybe most of these other teams can chalk it up. I don't know. Do you give your Jets a chance, the Dolphins a chance to turn things around still?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And certainly the Texans, you would play that group. Right. I do think that, of the teams you mentioned, I think the Saints and the Titans have clearly demonstrated, you probably even still put the Panthers in there in this group, that this is the bottom of the league. But I don't think that, when push comes to shove, that the Jets, the Dolphins, or certainly not the Texans, are going to be considered. It might be in tier 2, teams that aren't going to be 500, that aren't going to make the playoffs. But I don't think they're going to be 3, 4, 5 win teams. I think that we've seen with the Dolphins some signs of life in their offense. And then we've seen with the Jets when Fields has been able to play, a spark there as well. And the thing about the league is there's a lot of parity in this league. We talked about this going into the season and looking at the 49ers schedule. And 49ers are not a very good team. And on top of that, they've had all kinds of injuries. But yet when, in their division, let's not talk about the Rams. They haven't played the Rams yet, but Seattle. We just saw Seattle and Arizona. Oh my God, it was a terrible game. I mean, those were not average NFL teams, but yet those are average NFL teams because there's a lot of teams like them, very beatable on any given Sunday or Thursday or whatever day of the week it is. And then you look at, the 49ers have also played the Saints already. This week they play the Jaguars. I mean, there's just, for all of these mediocre teams, there's a bunch of mediocre teams for them to play. And there's a very good opportunity, if you're slightly better than these teams, to actually have a nice 9-10 win season when really, man, you got like about a 6-win talent. And so I think as we go along here, you'll see the Dolphins and the Jets, these types of teams will continue to play teams that they can beat. I mean, they're only going to play Buffalo every so often. If you're not scheduled against the NFC North or, maybe even the AFC North, then there's if you're playing the AFC West, you've got a bunch of games there that you can win, especially with Kansas City coming back to the pack. If you're playing the NFC West, I don't know if I said AFC West. If you play the NFC West, wow, you got a bunch of games there that you can win. Obviously, if you're scheduled against either of the South divisions, oh man, this is your lucky season. So a lot of these, you could go from 0-3 this year to certainly the 500 range. I still expect Houston to get above 500, and in that division, I mean, Indianapolis, it looks like a powerhouse coming out of the gate this year, and I don't think they're, I think Houston's a way better team than Indianapolis. And when it's all it's going to take, you could win that division with 9 wins. Well, going 0-3, it does not prevent you from getting 9 wins. Now, it's time to start moving in a positive direction. Houston has a game this week that they absolutely have to win, and almost certainly they will win. But yeah, the Jets and the Dolphins, they're playing each other. So one of them is going to 0-4. But I still think that's, I'd much rather watch the Jets and the Dolphins play this at this point than to watch Arizona play Seattle. I just think that there's, and again, that comes down to, I prefer offensive football. And I think that we've seen with both the Jets and the Dolphins that the potential's there for them to be decent offensive teams. And I just think that when you're a bad team, it's so much easier to get down on yourself if you're bad offensively. I mean, this is when the fans start booing you, when you can't put up points, even when you're playing bad teams. The kind of the Dallas syndrome. Like, Dallas might be a really bad team, but because their defense is so bad and their offense is kind of entertaining, hey, throw Dallas on TV. I look forward to to watching him play Green Bay, even though it's a tough matchup. But this should be a real entertaining game. If for no other reason, Green Bay should score 35 points.
Right. So you went ahead and answered 2 of my questions without me even asking.
What happens when you keep talking?
About the 49ers and the Colts. I mean, you're obviously maybe not quite good teams, but again, maybe at the end of the day, not separated as much from the middle of the pack teams as we are been portrayed through 3 weeks. Okay.
I would not label them good teams.
Okay.
I mean, good records
right
at this point.
Good records, questionable teams.
But yeah, I mean, I would say 500 type talent on those teams. I mean, if you look at I'm from out here in the West, so obviously I pay more attention to the 49ers. But if you look at the 3 games they've played so far, they win at Seattle with a fluky pass into
Right.
the end zone at the end of the game.
Tongues.
They win at New Orleans in a game that New Orleans is a bad team. They're going to give games away, but they clearly gave that game away. And then they beat Arizona, a game that comes down to a field goal at the end. A home opener. Let's put a exciting product out there. We're 2-0. Like, oh my God. We won this game, but nobody's excited about this team. I mean, they could easily be 0-3 right now, and yet they're sitting at 3-0. And look who's coming to town, Jacksonville. Another team that should be a very ugly game, could be a very close game, but in the end, if the 49ers happen to win this game, go to 4-0, you're still not looking at a very good team. You're looking at a team that's just taking advantage of their situation. These things tend to even out. I don't think the 49ers at any point this year are going to be a team that you say, oh man, you want to avoid this team in the playoffs. No. You want to draw this team in the playoffs.
Right. Dave, I don't know how much more I can take of watching Kyler Murray drop back in the pocket. Just run right, Kyler, because you have a chance to get around a corner and just run. But, oh, no, I'm going to do this reverse spin maneuver back into the pocket where I drop back 5 more yards, and then I have no chance because the defensive end coming from the weak side is getting ready to plant me into the turf. That little spinaroo thing that he does back there in the pocket drives me nuts. Why does he continue to do that?
Good question. And I agree with you. I think he's been a huge disappointment in the NFL, but he is fun when he gets out there around the corner. Man, he scoots.
Yes. That's why he needs to go that way and not turn back.
Any quarterback, like he gets to the corner, faster than any back. And I just think that, he's been treated in his career like a superstar quarterback.
Right.
And perhaps it's time to treat him like a college quarterback. In other words, look, if you're going to be successful in this league, you need to be like Hurts. You need to carry the ball, take off running with it 10 to 15 times a game. And we're going to use you more on fake it to the back up the middle and run you around the end. It's going to put you at risk. But man, with your speed, your elusiveness, you can get around a lot of these guys and get out of bounds better than probably any other quarterback in the league. I just think that that's the kind of quarterback he needs to be, rather than, like you said, let's drop him back. They've only got really one, quality receiver, although the tight end, has developed into a good one. But even Harrison has not been as great as advertised. I blame part of that on Murray. But I just think that he's going to have to play a different style in order to be successful. And it's getting to the point where, it's almost like that franchise needs to go in a different direction at quarterback and just let him go, trade him somewhere or let him go in free agency. Kind of the Jonathan Kuminga principle where, it's just not working out here. And we realize we're letting go of a unique talent, but it's just, what are we going to do? Keep, knocking our heads against the wall 2 or 3 years where we win six or 7 games. And you need to cut ties at some point, or, come up with a new identity for yourself. And it's, just this season it just appears to be another wasted season for the franchise, for Murray himself. And it's just, he's fun to watch at times, but that hasn't translated into success so far. And so something needs to change. Something needs to be done differently. And I don't see it. I mean, when you got a guy like that, you're kind of stuck with it.
Yep.
And, this is the way he plays, and it's never going to be successful in the NFL. But, what are we going to do? Cut him? Well, you know what? I mean, yes. You have to, unfortunately, you have to go in a different direction at some point. And there's just no future there now. I just don't see it. I just don't see any way where we're 3 years from now we're going to be saying, "Wow, Arizona's really been a team on the rise." No, 3 years from now we're going to be saying, "Here we go again, 6 wins, 7 wins." With this quarterback, well, why are they sticking with him? And that's unfortunate, because I do think he's got a lot of talent, but it's a unique talent. And we've kind of saw this with Jackson when, as Jackson has developed with the Ravens. He came into the league, as a guy who was not a great passer, was a really good runner. And they've worked with him on making him a better passer and less of a runner. And I mean, I still think there's work there to be done with him. But it's the team, as he's made that adjustment in his game, the team has gotten better. And I just, I don't see Murray becoming that kind of quarterback. I just don't see him, being that kind of a passing threat. And he needs to run the ball in order to be effective. And so stop kidding yourself. Stop thinking that, all right, we're going to turn this guy into Dan Fouts, just drop him back and throw, got a nice arm. But I don't see him developing into a traditional NFL quarterback.
I mean, he's had a major knee injury. You got to give the at that time, and I'm looking back at it now, 2022. You got to give the agent credit, Eric Burkhart, for really kind of playing hardball with the Cardinals and forcing basically to get that big contract for him. So he got the money, that's for sure. But basically at the end of the day, they're paying for 7 and 10, 10 and 7 at best, the way I see it. Let's see. All right, enough about that. Anything else about that game to stand out? We'll just recap the Thursday game a little bit.
No, that was it turned out to be a close game, but it's an example of close game doesn't necessarily mean entertaining. I mean, if you're a fan of one of the two teams and it's a close game, then you're fighting until the end. You're nail biting. You got to see the end. We got to win this game. If you're the 90% of the rest of the country, it's like, you got to be kidding me. Is there a baseball game on? This is terrible. Why are they having this game? And unfortunately, all the promos, and again, I'm from the West, so I'm less bothered by this than most people. But and next week, good news, we got 2 other teams from this bad division. We got the 49ers and Rams playing next week. It's like,
is that what we got? Wow.
It's we've seen the 49ers play Seattle and Arizona already this year in very lackluster games. Can only imagine when they play the Rams how exciting that game. Please, no. Can we get Green Bay and Dallas? Or give me anything other than another NFC West matchup next week. But no, sorry, that's what we got.
I'll give Seattle a puncher's chance here. I've turned the script on them at least, from going on the all-out fade route to a couple nice young receivers. If Darnold can just continue to progress, and these guys do a little bit better. Talking about Arroyo and Horton. At least they have some complementary pieces to Smith and Jigba. And two decent running backs, good defense. I mean, they could still be one of those above average teams to, maybe win a playoff round, right?
No,
Okay.
no, they're not going to win a playoff round.
Okay.
I mean, there are enough teams. As you look at the NFC, and chances are, you come if you're like the last team in, which is what basically they can only aspire
right,
to be.
right, okay.
And you're going to draw Philadelphia or Detroit or Green Bay. Probably one of those two, even Tampa. They're not gonna beat any of those four teams. I mean, their only chance would be to get in and somehow luck into a matchup with Minnesota or Washington, and even those teams,
Right.
they're not going to beat.
Okay, all right.
But no, I don't.
So you're not sold on. Okay, all right. I should pump the brakes on that a little bit.
That would be a ratings disaster if they got into the playoffs.
Oh yeah.
It would be like, okay, what's our
They're the 4:00 game on
popular,
Saturday for sure.
Yeah, right. Let's play them on Saturday morning at 10 a.m. Against the Vikings and get it out of the way because nobody's going to be watching it.
All right. Let's go ahead and pick some games. Overall, to me, just intriguing again, though, at least. I'll say intriguing is the right word for the games that we have here for week 4. I know you projected maybe some boring, lower scoring games last week. Then, the NFL, a bunch of wacky things happen. So overall,
especially last week, yes.
Overall, the slate to you, just generally speaking, how does it look to you this week?
I agree with what you said there. Well, first off, I've been generally wrong about the low scoring aspects of some of these boring matchups because even we've talked a lot about the Arizona game against Seattle. Even that got to the point where, all right, you know what? They're finally starting to score touchdowns. It made the game more entertaining toward the end. And we've seen a lot of these games that I thought would be close and kind of boring, still be close, but not really boring. I mean, a fair amount of points scored. What I see in this week's matchups are, I don't know if it's just this week or what, there seems to be one particular element of almost every game where I would say, this is an interesting matchup. I mean, an interesting matchup to exploit in terms of the line is not going to be what it should be given the matchup of this game, which makes this game to me, gives it some value.
Okay. Let's start with, and everyone get your pen and papers ready because you're going to want to jot down all this great stuff we're getting ready to give to you. And we have a game starting here shortly. So let's get this one out of the way first with Minnesota and Pittsburgh. And Croke Park is the scene for this over in Jolly, England. And, the Vikings are a tough team for me to peg, I guess. You talk about good coaching. It doesn't get much better than Brian Flores and what he's done with even a banged-up Minnesota defense. They made Cincinnati look absolutely pathetic last week. I liked the Bengals in that game. I had a hometown intel of Minneapolis saying that the wrong team was favored. So I bought on board with the Cincinnati train, only to lose that game by 38 points. So that was definitely one of the bummer plays of the week. And then there's Pittsburgh, who I guess got gifted the win. 5 turnovers against the Patriots. Anyone's going to win a game with 5 turnovers, but they squeaked by just by a touchdown. Seattle beat them decently the week before after that shootout fun game they had with the Jets in week 1. The last time Aaron Rodgers faced the Brian Flores defense was in England when he was with the Jets, and he threw 3 interceptions. So I'm wondering if that's going to be something that might pop up again. I've heard a lot of Minnesota Viking love this week. And it almost sounds like the Steelers aren't getting a chance here. You know how that usually goes when you hear one totally slanted side in favor of one team, then usually the other team tends to come out on top, as maybe one of the top rules of sports gambling is bet opposite of the media hype. And that would be the case here with Minnesota and Pittsburgh. This is a hard game for me, to be honest. I don't know what we're going to get. The Vikings are well coached. I mean, they really, really are. Those guys do a good job. But, you have Tomlin, too, on the flip side, and he hasn't been around for, the better part of 25 years or so, because he's no slouch. So it'll be interesting to see the Rodgers growth here. And it looks like we got Wentz again, right? The quarterback for the Vikings. Is that the case here?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
Wentz again. So interesting game. I don't think I got much on this, other than the fact I feel like I need to jump on the Minnesota train because it sounds like the better one to beat Pittsburgh, but I can't trust it. Something tells me don't trust that and kind of stay away. Maybe over 40.5. I don't know. Maybe we don't get that many points either on the early morning game. Okay, Dave, what do you got? Are you going to get up and watch this one with the rest of the San Francisco Bay Area, or?
No.
Yeah.
If the Ryder Cup final round will have started by then, right? I mean, if I'm going to get up on a Sunday morning at 6:30 a.m., it's not going to be for a game like this. Although, you know what, I got to give Rodgers credit. He's kept Pittsburgh in these games and given them a chance to win. Yeah, you said that the New England gave the game away last week. Rodgers is a good enough quarterback that he's made them competitive. This game should be a tight game, I think, and I'd give him the advantage in terms of the quarterback matchup here. I spoke earlier about the one intriguing matchup in these games, and this one has one. Pittsburgh so far has allowed the most fantasy points, or the most production to tight ends in the league. I mean, they've given up 3 touchdowns to tight ends over the course of the last 2 weeks. And here's Hawkinson on Minnesota, a B level, a semi-elite tight end. Got 5 catches for 49 yards and a touchdown last week.
Yeah, he showed up. Yep.
Yeah, I think that he's, he could well be the best tight end that the Pittsburgh has played so far this year. You got a backup quarterback who clearly looked in his direction last week. I remember in a game that they had in hand for a majority of the game, so they weren't throwing a whole lot of passes in the second half of that game. Yet he still caught 5 passes. He still got 6 targets. And now here's a team that you look at and say, wow, we need to take advantage of this. Everybody else has, and we got a good tight end. I think that he, to me, he's a standout play in this game. The one and only thing I would be interested in.
Jordan Addison last year, when in his previous suspension, came back in his first game and, like a bullet out of a gun, had a very, very good game. I mean, he's pretty low, too, at 39.5. And Hawkinson's 38.5. 38.5 for Hawkinson.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this. I'd even, again, Minnesota doesn't have their top running back. Now, Mason went in last week and did fine.
Yep.
But remember how that game played out. I mean, it's not going to be 35-7 in the third quarter this week, and let's just keep running the ball. You know, this is going to be a much more balanced game with your backup running back in there, with your backup quarterback in there, and I just think that I think Hawkinson's a good play for a TD, and the most likely. I mean, it's hard to say most likely Minnesota guy to get a TD when you got Jefferson on the team. But as likely as anybody to score a TD from Minnesota. And yeah, I mean, I can easily see him going over the 38.5 yards.
3-1 on the touchdown. That's nice. A good price for a touchdown, plus 300. I see Adam Thielen, who hasn't done anything. He's all the way down to 7.5 receiving yards.
Oh, he's been terrible. I mean, I can't believe how bad he's been.
Right.
I thought, especially with Addison out of the lineup at the start of the season, I thought it was a really nice pickup by them to come in as to be a nice move the chain type of receiver, you know, to complement Jefferson. Oh, Jesus! Like this guy aged 5 years overnight. I thought he was somewhat decent for Carolina. So you know, honestly, they should cut him now that Addison's.
They may. Okay, so a toss-up game to you here, for the most part.
Yeah.
Again,
so. You know, if I get up to watch this game, it's going to be because you know, I've got something going on Hawkinson.
Right. And Austin the third, he's still been a decent receiver as well. I'll just throw his number out there for my sake because he's a guy I like to play. 35.5 seems low enough to me for him. And Jalen Warren even 23.5.
Right. Like I said, this game scares me in that, you know, it's one of these European games. You don't really know what the weather's going to be like. You know, Rogers was complaining about the travel and why didn't we get here earlier? I mean, there's a lot of.
Oh, did he do that? I didn't see that.
You don't really, you don't think about in a normal game, especially one in September where the weather really shouldn't be a factor. So it's just one of those games where, and I think it's, you know, I think if the game go either way, Minnesota's a very good defensive team. And I just don't like any aspect of this game other than I'm taking Hawkinson.
Okay, let's get to our candidates of the NFC West, AFC West. We'll go down through that, and then we'll pick the rest of the fun games, or we'll try to identify those. And the first one that comes on the chart is the most exciting team of the NFC and AFC West, your Los Angeles Chargers, who are basically on fire. They have not lost a game. And they will come into this matchup after rallying to beat Denver last week. And they get a New York Giants team who is going to play, as we mentioned before, Jackson Dart for the first time. Now, I have no doubt Jackson Dart's going to make this Giants team better. But it just seems like to me in every rookie case, especially when they come in after week 3 or 4 or whatever the case may be to get their chance, that it's not very smooth. And the edges are pretty rough in that very first start. You just almost, as a rite of passage, have to take your lumps, have to take your bumps and bruises before you win a game. And I can't think of a worse team that they could probably play at this moment, to be honest. I mean, you got Jim Harbaugh. You have a good Charger defense. You have a veteran team that knows how to win. The one thing the Giants have going for them is the fact that this is in the early time window for a team west coming east. But I don't think that matters here. I think the Chargers are every bit. If you wanted to try to take them on Survivor, you could. I'm thinking just because it's almost like a slap in the face, I really need to take the because they're not going to lose to Tennessee. Now that we've talked about that a little bit, we might not talk about that game again, to be honest. So the Texans, to me, might be the better survivor pick. Man, that's a gross survivor pick at 0-3, right? But I think the Chargers are survivor worthy here. I think their Giants probably turn the ball over a couple of times. Dart probably has some flashes. I have no doubt, some of the play calling for the Giants might get suspect at times as well. And I just think they're outclassed in this game. Quarterback to quarterback comparison, defense to offense on both sides of the ball. Even though the Giants have some nice pieces, the Chargers are going to be able to counter them. And then when the Chargers get on offense, I'm not so sure the Giants are going to be able to slow them down if they wanted to, if they really wanted to put the metal to the pedal, which, they haven't been that running team we think of with Jim Harbaugh. They've been more of a, intermediate pass game type of deal. The Herbert running the ball and Keenan Allen. I mean, fool me once, week 1, shame on me. Fool me twice, week 2, shame on me. Week 3, I was on Keenan Allen, and he scored again. I wouldn't doubt if he got another touchdown for his 4th week in a row. Turnovers, Chargers are a good team. I mean, this to me has 34-14 written all over it, something like that. I think the Chargers outclass the Giants on this road trip, and Dart will have better days ahead, but this isn't a matchup for him. So your thoughts there?
No, I agree with you. I think this has a chance to be a high-scoring game, just because I don't see the Giants slowing down the Chargers, and Dart is a quarterback that he'll take chances. He likes to throw the ball down the field. That can work either way for you. The Chargers are a great defensive team. I just think it's a 34-14. It sounds like a good score. I'm presuming that's going to be easily over the total. I mean, even 34-21 with a cheap late touchdown. I think there are two good plays in this game, and one is Hampton. I don't know if you saw this last week, but he had 19 carries last week. He had 7 targets in the passing game.
Right.
I mean, and the Giants have been terrible against the run this year, and so I don't see why in a one-sided game where he would get it, certainly any fewer than 20 touches in this game, which makes him a touchdown guy, a potential 2-touchdown guy, a potential 100-yard rushing guy. He's got a lot of options offensively where I think he's going to be the focal point of the Chargers offense in a game they should win. At the same time, I did some research. The Chargers have allowed 110 rushing yards to quarterbacks so far.
Yes, I saw that.
So we're talking about 30,
35
a
game,
which,
yeah.
Isn't a whole lot, but is 35. How many quarterbacks run for 35 yards? And it's not like of course they do. They played Josh Allen and they played Jackson. No, they haven't played those kinds of teams. And so now here's Dart. I looked at Dart's college career. You know how many rushing yards Dart had in his college career?
All right, so
take us down.
One, I don't know, but it's either going to be 0 or it's going to be a lot more than I thought for sure.
Well, forget the 0 part. Give me a number on the other extreme.
Let's see. So I would say, how many years was he the starter? 3 years?
Well,
maybe?
he started at USC and he didn't play that much.
Right.
So basically, his last 3 years in college.
I'll say he had a combined 1,200 yards rushing.
1,500 yards rushing.
Wow.
1,500 yards.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And, and here against the defense that's allowed an average of 35, he's got to rush for 50. They're going to be behind. It could very easily become a sloppy type game where they're just dropping back and throwing deep balls and getting a pass rush on him, and he's running like crazy. He's got to go over 50 yards rushing in this game. I'm not confident he could do great damage at the passing game. Although the more you throw the ball deep, especially to guys like Neighbors, the luckier you can get. But I can easily see him running for his life 10 different times in this game, and because he's a guy, he's not going to scramble to throw the ball. We've seen this in his college career, 1,500 rushing yards. He's a guy that's used to rushing for close to 100 yards a game, certainly upwards of 50 almost every game. So I think if he's going to make a mark at all in this game, other than perhaps a couple of interceptions, I think it's going to be as a runner. So I'm very curious to hear the numbers on both Hampton and Dart, because I think they're both strong plays.
32.5 is the baseline for Dart, which almost suggests he's going to get it because it's so it seems so high,
Well, right, and like I said, they've played 3 games so far, and the average is 35 yards rushing against them. They played Kansas City. All right, so Mahomes runs for 20 yards a game on average, I would say. They've played Las Vegas. They got a quarterback who runs 20 yards per game. And they've played Denver. Okay, there's a guy who runs, quite a bit, 30 to 40 yards a game. They haven't played a quarterback where you would say, wow, geez, no, of course the guy got 50 yards rushing. He always gets 50 yards rushing. They haven't really played that quarterback yet. And yet they've allowed, 110 yards in 3 games. This game says, he's going over the 35-yard average that they've allowed. The line on the game is under that, under that number, 32.5. I'd say he's 50-50 to get 50 yards rushing in this game. So I think he's a definite over 32.5.
So
now what about Hampton?
Okay. Hampton, his baseline is, and just for 50 yards, you'll get almost 3-1 on Dart, just so you know. Hampton is 70 and a half rush and 17 and a half receive. So 70 and 1/2 for rushing, 17 and a half for receiving yards.
Wow. I like both of them. He had 6 catches last week, 59 yards. Why 17 and a half?
Yeah.
I don't, that doesn't make any sense. But although, I will say that in this week's game, if they get ahead, I like the fact that he's trending upward. I remember at the beginning of the season, there was some uncertainty at how much were they going to play Harris? Were they going to split time? This Hampton guy looked good in the preseason, but we don't want to overwork him early on. Well, that's kind of gone out the window. Obviously Harris was injured, not playing anymore. So last week was really the first time where, okay, Hampton's our guy, and 26 touches last week. 26. That's not easing him into the season. And this week's game, as you mentioned, this game, to me, it looks like it's got blowout written all over it. And if your running back has 26 touches last week, what's he going to have this week in a blowout type game? Because your backup guy, your handcuff guy, he's not even there anymore. So I think that I think both of those numbers are the receiving number is very low. I don't get it, but like I said, I hesitate there because why are we throwing him the ball when we just run the ball against this team that can't stop the run? So I'd be more tempted to take the rushing total in this game for him. Giants have been, Giants haven't been good defensively at all, basically, but they haven't been good against the run. And in this game here, they're facing a team that could really stick it to you in the running game. So I'll take him over the 70.5 that you said.
Yes, sir.
And I'll take Dart over the 32.5.
Do you want to put both of those on a primary ticket?
Well, let's we'll decide what ticket later on.
Okay, all right. They're nominees as of now.
Already, we've only talked about 2 games,
right?
And already I've got, Hawkinson, who I think's a good play, Hampton, who I think's a good play, Dart, who I think's a good play. So already we've got three different things going, and we're
barely touching the iceberg.
Isn't even warm yet. Yeah.
24.5 team points for the Chargers. Sounds cheap to me.
Yes, it does. Yes, I agree with that as well.
Let's see here. How about my man Keenan Allen, real quick? Not that he's going to score again, but just about how effective he's been for Herbert.
No, I think he's been great, and the thing about him is that even Quentin Johnson,
he's a favorite over McConkey now too. Yeah.
Oh my good. Yeah. McConkey was a complete non-factor last week. And we all know he's good. So they've got a ton of weapons, and their quarterback obviously playing at an elite level. They've got a really nice thing going there. You talked about survivor picks. There are a couple others that stand out as well, but I don't see them losing this game.
Right. And this is actually one of the better opportunities to use the Chargers, especially while they're healthy. Might as well use them, maybe. If you think of it that way. If Herbert goes down, then you can't use them later.
We won't talk a lot about these games, but there's no way, zero chance that Buffalo is going to lose to New Orleans.
Right.
So if you're just looking for the layup, you've got one this week. And then if you're looking for the 4-foot, shot, the semi layup, you got Detroit playing Cleveland. And so, both of those teams you would say, well, I could save them for somewhere else down the line. It tends to get you in trouble. But both to me, both of those games are like, all right, you know what? If you want to reach week 4, you take one of those 2 teams and you're in. Why would you take a chance with a road team, going back to New York, and everybody's all excited about this rookie quarterback, and who knows the magic that's going to come out of this game. We all think the Chargers are going to win, but we know Buffalo is going to win.
Actually, let's sidetrack to those 2 games because I think they're a lot alike. Only because I have my first impression ticket that I did earlier in the week. Involves both of these 2 teams. I get it. I'm discounting the Browns defense, and I did it last week, talking about the over in the Packers and the Browns, which came nowhere close to that. Because yes, the Browns do look like the '86 Bears. If you look at the stats of the players who've gone against the Browns this year, it is crazy. It's crazy how low it is. You're talking about the Bengals, Jamar Chase only has 35 yards receiving or whatever it is as a leading receiver. And Chase Brown had nothing on the ground. And Henry got bottled up. But we know that these are 2 different animals in Detroit and Buffalo. And I almost feel like they can trump whatever Cleveland has to offer at the end of the day. Our Lions, who looked fantastic on Monday night. They looked every bit the part, especially if they can run the ball. I am a little bit concerned because it did seem like our receiving numbers didn't get there because Baltimore was able to get a little bit of their faces into the hands of their just in the face of Goff, and kind of disrupt the passing game just a little bit. So maybe some concerns of pass blocking on the end of the Lions. But you just said it too. I mean, the Bills have a layup here against the Saints. We saw what Seattle did with them last week. I mean, 15.5 for the Buffalo game is not nearly enough for me. I think they can name their score and cover that. And in fact, win this game by 30 or so if they really want to. And honestly, as good as Cleveland is, I mean, are they really going to slow down Detroit? That 44.5 for the total in that game. I mean, you got to figure the Browns are going to give you 10 points anyway, or maybe even 13. I mean, you're not going to tell me the Lions aren't going to get 31. I mean, I think both of those teams can score in bunches. And if they want to, if they try to, maybe they pull off and just use the running game to milk the clock out. And that's why we don't see him get to a super high number. But, I mean, would it shock you if Buffalo or Detroit neared 40 points again?
Well, for Detroit, yes. I mean, Detroit's a great offensive team, no doubt about it. But you got to give Cleveland respect.
You got to give
for
respect.
Their defense. I mean, this Green Bay team they played last week, pretty good offensive team, and they got nothing. Now this game's on turf, but Detroit's back home. They got a lot of momentum, and they got a lot of weapons. Man, you stop our running game with Montgomery, then we'll swing it out to Gibbs. You stopping that, we'll throw the ball downfield to Jamo. You're dropping back, we'll throw underneath to St. Brown. Well, you got our receivers covered, we'll throw a quarter. I mean, they've got 5 really good offensive weapons to go with a quarterback who might only be an average NFL quarterback, but surrounded by the greatest, no doubt, the greatest weaponry that anybody has. Now, Cleveland's really good on defense. So I don't know. I'm not confident Detroit is going to score in the 30s in this game. They could, but I think it's less. It's 50-50 to me whether and if they do get in the 30s, it's going to be barely into the 30s. I mean, Cleveland's a good defensive team. And so that game I don't have a strong opinion on. Like I said, the Lions, they just spread the ball out around too much. I don't think it's going to be one of their higher scoring games. And I'm certainly not involved with the Browns at all offensively in this game. So I'm going to take a complete pass on that game. The Buffalo game is somewhat similar in that Buffalo, they spread the ball around as much as any team in the league. And you would think that Cook would be involved again, but just when you do, it's somebody
Ray
else.
Davis is a great play for a touchdown.
Right, exactly. And so, and it's a guessing game. Then with Allen, this is a game where, if I had to guess, I would guess Allen won't reach his rushing total because there's no reason for him to put his body at risk in a game like
this. And he's had that broken nose a couple weeks ago. That still has to be affected him a little bit.
So what the one play in this game that I'm intrigued with is Buffalo has allowed a ton of rushing yards to quarterbacks so far. I think the number 1 in the league. Now, they've played a couple of running quarterbacks. That said, they played Tua last week, who's the least running quarterback. So you'd think that would balance it out a little. Still, they're very high on rushing yards allowed. And this game reminds me of the Chargers-Giants game in the sense that this is a complete passing game approach by the Saints. They're going to be behind 14-0 before they even realize what hit them. If they had any plans on running the ball, milking the clock, that's out. Rattler, we know, is someone who has no problem throwing the ball 50 times, and yet he's a good runner. He carries the ball, about as much as any other quarterback. 10 carries last week, and this is a blowout scramble around, run the ball. I think that I don't see, kind of like Dart. I just see, you talk a lot about meaningless touchdowns. I think there's going to be a lot of meaningless rushing yards in this game where Buffalo's like, look, we're ahead by 4 touchdowns. Let's just drop back and not give up anything deep. And then, there goes the quarterback running for 15 yards again. So if his rushing total in this game is reasonable, which I got to believe it is.
Oh, you're going to love this.
That would be my play.
Rattler, 11.5 yards.
Oh, my God. That's an absolute lock.
I love that. You got to figure Kamara, just in that everything you just said, Kamara's baseline receiving all the way down now to 19.5.
Yeah, well, what we're seeing in the NFL, I think, I'd love to see the numbers on this, but I think there are fewer passes being thrown to backs these days because more quarterbacks are running.
It seems that way. It seems that way. Yeah.
There's a balance there.
Right.
If Jalen Hurts has never thrown the ball to the back in his life, because it's like, I'm going to scramble outside the pocket. Ooh, look, there's my guy, Gainwell or whoever, that I can throw the ball to for 8-yard gain. But why? I'm just going to run it myself for 15. And so every time he runs the ball, it just takes away another reception from a back. And there are still teams, standard like teams like the 49ers that are going to, have their quarterback stand in the pocket and swing the ball out to their backs. But there are so many teams now where the quarterback is a scrambler. And I'm afraid that that's what New Orleans has become. Rattler likes to run the ball, and the more you run, the less you swing it out to your back. And in fact, in some ways, when you got Kamara swinging out to the right side and you're looking at him, and there goes a linebacker chasing him. Well, that's just one fewer defender in the middle of the field. That when you get through the pass rushers, oh gee, look at all this wide open space here. I mean, I'll run it right here for 12 more yards. What was my total today? 11.5. I just got 12. I can retire on my winnings. I think that hurts a lot of backs receiving this year. I think it's probably something that's going to happen with the Giants. When the Giants have gone to, this new scrambling running type quarterback, because they've got this Scatterbo is a very good pass catcher. And they've got to make good use of his pass catching ability, but it's not complementary to the quarterback who likes to get out and run the ball. I'm very curious to see this game here, because you don't got Tracy anymore, right? So Scatterbo is going to play more and more. And normally I would say, man, they're going to throw the ball a lot to him. They have to out of the backfield. If it were the other quarterback, if it were Wilson, I would say yes. In fact, last week he threw the ball to him a lot. But with Dart, I think Dart's going to, he'll run the ball rather than throw the ball. Like I said, we'll learn something there. But that's my concern at this point about Kamara, is that, you've got a quarterback who likes to tuck it in and run it, and that's going to cost you a couple of receptions every game.
Right. I should learn my lesson from Thursday. Don't get overly invested in these running backs catching the ball either. I don't have an alternate on Rattler yet, but I'm hoping they'll pop on because, it sounds like he could get 25, much less.
Oh, easily. Yeah. Again, this is a team that, very similar to the Giants. It's one thing if you're playing a team, if you're playing Carolina in this game, and you say, oh, well, New Orleans is going to score a lot of points against Carolina. They have a chance to win this game. Well, then you you think about how they're going to score in more traditional ways. Well, man, I'd want Olave in that matchup. They're throwing the ball to him a lot. Ooh, I want Kamara going. They're going to get around the goal line. He'll score a couple of touchdowns. But they're not playing Carolina. You know, they're playing a team that's going to blow them out. And when that's the case, you throw away the, it just becomes a garbage time game. We've seen this in basketball. Garbage time game, the guy that gets the ball in his hands first, he scores all the points. Well, guess who gets the ball first in a football matchup? It's the quarterback. He's going to look downfield. He's going to take off running. I just see big things here for him. All meaningless except for at the cashier's window.
Okay, next game on the board. Then let's get back to our candidates, and we skip all the way down. Now, this is an interesting game. Interesting, intriguing, the word of the week, maybe. And it is 4:06 Eastern Standard Time, which is 1:06 Pacific Time. And that is the Colts and the Rams. The Rams minus 3.5, over under 49.5. Look at this total for these two dome teams. Obviously, the Colts are the surprise sweetheart to many so far in the season. But as we've discussed on this program, don't get overly excited. They might end up just being one of those 500 mediocre teams at the end of the day anyway. And we last saw the Rams losing in way dramatic fashion. In fact, that was a blocked field goal, not only to take their hearts out, but to take out the hearts of many a gambler who had the Rams plus 3.5 in that football game in Philadelphia. When the block kick goes the other way, 4-6, losing the game by 8 points at the end of the day. So can they get their psyche back? I mean, the Rams looked fantastic in that first half. I thought that they were going to roll Philadelphia at halftime. I mean, they looked ugly. They had a 19-point lead at one time. You got to give the Eagles credit for being the champions that they are to rally off the mat in that circumstance. I don't think many teams would have. But the Rams let them get back in it. And here you have is a Colts team who I don't think anyone expected much of them at all. No one expected anything out of Danny Dimes. You almost feel like if there's any team right now that has a good record playing with house money, it is the Colts. Taylor has been fantastic. Offensive player of the year, probably right now at this point. He's been the one guy who's been dependable to score a ton of touchdowns. That's another thing we haven't had is a bunch of 2-touchdown scorers this year like we did last year. But you can put Taylor on that list. He's been fantastic. 49.5, though, seems like an awful lot of points in this game. I mean, is this a shootout to you? I'm having a hard way kind of trusting the Rams from what I saw last time. I can't say I've been a Colts backer from day one, so my jury is still out on them a little bit more. To me, this is just a compelling matchup, AFC versus NFC. I would love for it to be some sort of a shootout at the end of the day. But why do I think this game could get mired in the muck a little bit? And, here we go, 23-17 final. What looked like an explosive 4:00 window game where everyone bet the over comes up short because it's 10-7 at halftime. And we'll split our way to a 23-17 final in favor of the Rams or something like that. So I think the Rams win at home. I'll probably give the Colts their very first loss. I'm not too excited about investing too much here in anything. Maybe you can give me an angle or two. I'll hope for my fantasy sake that I'm going to have to play Corum here in this game. So I'm hoping he can step it up a little bit as he seems to be trending a little bit in the better direction. Obviously, Kyron's going to get the bulk of that, but maybe Corum can get some garbage down by the end zone for me. at the end of the day. Good matchup. Should be a good game. But if this turns into a dud fest, that's not going to shock me either. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Indy is a mirage. I mean, they're a fun team. They've certainly added to their offensive. I mean, Jones has been really good for them. Taylor's been good, benefiting from the Jones.
Wide receivers are good, decent.
Their wide receivers have done adequately. But the Rams are the better team easily in this game. And I think the Rams are going to win this game comfortably. That is an awfully high number, though. I mean, even if the Rams get to 31 in this game, which is very possible against the Indy defense, I'm not sure, Indy's going to give you that extra 18 points or 19 points that you need. I mean, this could be a 31-14 kind of game. And I don't know. I have no. The Rams have been very good against the run. I mean, it wasn't Barkley last week that led the comeback. They were able to throw the ball effectively in the second half of that game. This cannot be. And this is the week you want to be playing against Taylor in fantasy. I don't think this is going to be a big game for him. No, so I if anything in this game, I would take the Rams. I'd lay the points. I just think that this is Indy is as overrated in their very weak division as Houston is underrated in that same division. I think they'll both come back and meet each other at a common ground probably in 3 or 4 weeks. This is not a good game for Indy. So I'm gonna pass this game all the way around.
All right, Rams. So Rams minus 3.5. Better play than
that's
Rams.
That's what I thought I saw.
Yeah.
That seems awfully low to me.
Their team points.
That's telling me these teams are basically even on a neutral site.
Yeah, I don't buy that.
You put these games. You play this game at Dallas, and the Rams are still a touchdown better.
Right. Team points for the Rams is 26.5. Let's not get too excited about going over that. I mean, they could get stuck at 24,
agree.
right? Yeah.
Yes, agreed.
Okay.
I think they're going to go over that, but if they get a lead in this game, there's really no reason to.
All right. NFC South or NFC West against AFC South with Jacksonville and the 49ers. Another 3.5, 46.5. I mean, the Niners, you know what? I mean, give me a Kyle Juszczyk anytime touchdown because that's what I hit on last week. I guess as McCaffrey was even quieted down to some extent. And, as much as the Jaguars are supposed to be kind of lovable and, better this year, yeah, Trevor Lawrence really hasn't shown it, has he? And Thomas Jr. is dropping balls. They just do not look like they almost look like a college team at times. But I guess a chance for them to win out here. This has to be a tough spot for them at Levi Stadium, right? For Jacksonville. On the road here. I'm having a harder time with this one than I have some of the other games.
It's the 49ers, though, are the NFC's version of the Colts. I mean, they're not a 3-0 team. They're like I said before, they could easily be 0-3. And if they were 0-3, they would probably still be favored slightly in this game because this is the type of teams they've been playing. They've played Seattle and Arizona, and New Orleans isn't quite at this level. But they played Seattle and Arizona in a one possession, could have gone either way game. I think Jacksonville's very much in that same type of team. They've improved some offensively. And the 49ers still have a bunch of injuries. Yeah, Purdy is back this week, but Pearsall is still hurt. I don't know if he's going to play or not. Jennings is still hurt. I don't know if he's going to play or not. excuse me. We know Kittle is still going to be out. Bosa's now out for the season. They've got Demarcus Robinson coming back this week, which is, to me, is very intriguing.
Yeah, one of my favorite players, honestly. Yep.
Yeah, and if Pearsall or Jennings is out, then you're going to have to throw the ball to Robinson. If they're both out, and your tight end, of course, is still out, well, he can become right from the get-go a very popular target. Because remember, he's not coming off an injury. It's not like, well, we got to ease him back into the lineup. He's coming off a knee injury. No, he's coming off a suspension. So he's been practicing. He's up to speed. He should be able to come out in the very first game. He's not going to be on any kind of pitch count or anything. And so I'm curious to hear if he has a number. But the problem, again, with him is if Jennings and Pearsall both play, well, then how much is Robinson going to play? He then becomes a third receiver who's going to get 4 targets. If one of those guys is out, becomes a second receiver who's going to get 6 targets. And if they're both out, which is very possible, then he becomes a primary receiver who's going to get 8 targets. So it's to me, it's a game time decision. I mean, once you hear what's the status of these other 2 guys, because at this point they're both not really practicing, but they're both questionable. And he could be someone that, the odds makers have to be waiting as well. I mean, if they have a line on him at this point, it is a complete guess. I just think it's one of those things where if you're a shrewd player, you're waiting until 1:00 Pacific time on Sunday, and then you're getting a report that they just announced that Pearsall's out, or they just announced that Pearsall and Jennings are out. At which point you want to be first in line to jump on Robinson, who's only got a 22.5-yard assignment.
Right.
Does he have a number?
No numbers on the receiving end.
Yeah, see, that's
Man,
that.
I think you said.
But anyway, that's my only interest in that game. I think it's going to be another very close game, game that could go either way. But so much of it is dependent upon, does Purdy actually have guys to throw the ball to, or is this going to be another day where let's just swing it to McCaffrey? Let's run McCaffrey up the middle 15 more times against, as I said before, a Jacksonville team that's very similar to Arizona, very similar to Seattle. It should be a 23-20, 20-17 kind of game when all said and done. So I'll pass on this game as well.
Right, pass.
With an eye on Robinson at game time.
Without an eye on Robinson at game time. And if you had a revolver put to your head with the point spread, it does sound like Jacksonville plus the 3.5 would be a little bit better option.
Just because 49ers, they haven't beaten anybody significantly this year. I mean, even the win against the Saints, which is the weakest team that they played, like I said before, they easily could have lost that game. So this is a game I think they'll be very happy to win this game 20-17.
Right. Okay. It's just none of these props interest me. None of them. Even just looking at the touchdown scores, like De'Ami Brown at plus 290, even Tootin at plus 270. You figure we'll get a little bit more of a load, but do you really want to bet him against the Niner defense, who's been decent? I mean, there's, Tim Patrick, you would think would emerge at some point, but will he? He's 8-1 for a touchdown, so a lot of questions still. I mean, Sky Moore, does he have a chance to play if everyone's out?
No.
Yeah,
I mean,
not really.
They brought him in to return kicks.
Yeah.
They signed Bourne, a couple of weeks ago, and he's come in and he's played some. He would be, if not for Robinson, he'd be I'd be talking about him the same way I'm talking about Robinson, in the sense that he becomes the number one guy, especially now that he's been there for 3 weeks.
Mhm.
But Robinson is a more established guy. He's been there. He wasn't like he was sitting on the sidelines, in a walking boot, unable to run the patterns and catch some balls from Purdy and get to know him. He should really be up to speed for this very first game. He might be their number one receiver, even with the other two guys healthy.
Right.
We'll have to see how that plays out down the line. But so I do think that he has a chance to have a big game. Bourne would be he'd be the next guy in line.
Right. Okay.
Not Sky.
Okay, let's see if this is a fun game. Baltimore and Kansas City. The Ravens minus 2.5, 48.5. And to me, Baltimore is the better team here. So I think they get this win. I think they're the rightful favorite on the road. I've had enough of the Chiefs. Even when they beat the Giants last week, I wasn't impressed. I guess 48.5 might be too low, only because Ravens games seem to be super high scoring anyway. It doesn't matter who they play. And you got to figure Mahomes will probably get his over 1.5 touchdown passes that we say should be an auto play every week. We do get Xavier Worthy back. So that does help things out here. But I think Baltimore is the better team. I think that they'll win this game, right the ship, even on a short week from Monday night. They got defensive issues. They do. But I'm not so sure the Chiefs can exploit that myself. And Pacheco, I mean, can we take that horse back behind the barn now and finally shoot him because he's dying? I mean, we gave him a good chance last week, and he turned up nothing for us. So where I've been done with him a couple of times now, I think I'm really done with Pacheco at this point. I'll just look for the Ravens to win this game. And it's a higher scoring game, probably only because the Ravens make every game a high scoring game. If I got to put a number on it, I'll say something like 34-24, something like that. Ravens beat the Chiefs. All right. So what do you got here?
Yeah, I think it's a really good game. I think it's a marquee matchup. And the Ravens defense makes it an interesting game. And like you said, Worthy coming back adds to that as well. Because, Kansas City has not looked good yet this year. But I can't imagine them at home not being competitive in a game like this against a defense that's given up a lot of points. And they'll find a way to hang in there. They always do. Their games tend to come down to a field goal at the end, whether they're playing good teams or bad teams. The Ravens just aren't firing on all cylinders yet. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that, once they get their offense going, they immediately give up. The Detroit game, there were a couple of times in that game where, all right, Baltimore's got it going tonight offensively. And then, Detroit gets the ball in 10 plays. They go down the field. They score their touchdown. And Baltimore's lost all of its momentum. And so that's, I think this is going to be a high-scoring game, a high-scoring close game. And I'm not picking a winner here. I do think that Mahomes will get his 2 touchdown passes, in large part because you get Worthy back. And we've seen this with Kansas City in the last couple of years. I've talked about this a million times, especially with Rice. When they get their Tyreek Hill back in the lineup, it makes everybody else around them. You get these one-dimensional speed guys. Now all of a sudden they're drawing less coverage. You get Kelsey going again. You're swinging the ball out to Hunt in the back, and so and then there goes Mahomes on 3rd and 6 running for a killer 7 yards to keep the drive alive. So I think it's a tight game. I think it should be a really fun 31-30. kind of game. I'll just enjoy it. I don't need, give me Mahomes minus the 1.5, but that wouldn't even be one of my stronger, suggestions for this week.
But so you agree with me there? Higher scoring game.
Yeah,
if we're
I'm
looking
a
for
little
fun
surprised
points,
the
there we go.
number is as low as it is, given the high-profile nature of this game, and the fact that we just saw Detroit march through the Baltimore defense, and so you kind of know. I mean, we saw Buffalo do the same thing. Now, granted, these are two elite teams, but Kansas City, while a notch below elite, I guess you would say at this point, they can put up points as well, and they get a key weapon back this week that should help in that regard. So, I do think this is going to be should go over that total.
And we have an Isaiah Likely sighting as well, as I have him listed on my touchdown scorer list.
Well, he's been banged up.
Yeah.
I mean, is he even playing this game?
Buyer beware on that, maybe. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Minus 115, Mahomes over 1.5 touchdown passes. Okay. I have a play in this game.
Uh-oh.
This is one of my better plays of the week, I think. And it is your Raiders hosting the Bears, minus 1.5, 47.5. And I get it. The Cowboys can make any offense look good. But I think you said it a little bit yourself. It takes time for these quarterbacks to get better a little bit. And they're going to have growing pains. I mean, look how long it's taken Darnold to be efficient. Look how long it's taken Daniel Jones to look like he's any kind of formidable quarterback. It just takes time in cases. And with Caleb Williams here, it's just his second year early on. He's still going to have some bad games, but I think he gets better, and he has he does have the luxury of having some very, very nice receivers. And I think the Bears can beat the Raiders here. I think the wrong team is favored. The Raiders are minus 1.5, 47.5. Dunze has been fantastic. If we can move the ball like they did last week against Dallas, and everything that the Raiders showed you against Washington says that they should be able to. Maybe a little bit of a fraud there in the first couple of weeks for the Raiders defensively, as they really got exposed in Washington and got thumped. I think the Bears can have success here offensively in Vegas, and I think that they can win this game. If I'm going to look for a prop, give me a Dunze again for a touchdown. Why not? I mean, he's just been on fire. I feel like you have to ride the hot hand in some of these cases. And he might as, is a Keenan Allen, Roma Dunze parlay the worst thing in the world at the end of the day? For two guys who are on fire? Probably not. Maybe that's worth a conservative little bet. So give me the Bears here. That's one of your fun teams from the preseason who can put up some points. Is 47.5 achievable? I think so, and I think that's mainly because the Bears can put up a majority of that. Maybe Geno Smith has a better home outing than he did against the Chargers a few weeks back. But the better team to me here is Chicago, and I expect them to win this game. What do you think?
Well, I agree with you that this should be a very fun game. I think that, and a lot of it revolves around Chicago. They've got a nice thing going offensively. The Raiders are a very average defensive team. I don't see the Raiders as a team that you would say, oh man, they're going to have a tough time. We talked about this in the Indy game against the Rams. Indy's got a nice thing going offensively. They're up against the Rams on the road. So that's a roadblock. Chicago's got a nice thing going offensively. They're on the road against Las Vegas. Oh, wait a minute. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. The Raiders are very average defensively. I don't see the Raiders slowing down Chicago. That said, I think this is a chance for the Raiders offense to get moving. We've waited for Gentry to do something. He's getting he's getting enough touches to the point where if he could just find a weak defense, get into a little rhythm, get a couple of nice runs going. He's a big game waiting to happen.
The Bears defense will give you that. Their yards after contact, I think, is pretty bad at the line of scrimmage.
Well, I mean, the Bears just they haven't been good in any aspect of defense this year, and they've allowed 100 yards rushing in every game. Not to one guy, but they've played a bunch of teams that have two backs, and they've shared in this. This is like the first time they'll face a team that really has one back. Yet they've given up over 100 yards rushing in every game, and I expect it to happen here. I think Gentry's going to have easily his best game of the season. And I think Chicago can counter everything the Raiders do offensively with points of their own. I think this is going to be a very fun, similar to, the Baltimore Kansas City game. I think this is a game where both teams could score in the 30s here to come down to a 34-31 field goal game at the end. And I definitely want I definitely want Gentry in this game for sure. With touchdowns, with rushing yards, and then with Chicago, you mentioned Odunze. You got Moore who caught a touchdown last week. You want to roll the dice. Well, how about Zacchaeus? Who's in a game that Chicago should be throwing the ball a ton. Swift is kind of banged up. I don't even know if he's going to play in this game. I think Chicago has the chance to score 3 or 4 passing touchdowns in this game. Maybe all 3 of them get one. And if that's true, and you got Zacchaeus, at 4-1 or 5-1 or whatever his number is, then you latched onto the right guy. So I strongly recommend offensive type plays for both of these teams.
Zacchaeus, you got to figure is due to. I've been on him just with that same kind of theory you just mentioned here in recent weeks. Plus 360 for him for a touchdown. Gentry for a touchdown is at minus 155 for 2 touchdowns, which is possible. Plus 390. And then rushing wise, 67.5 yards for him rushing wise.
Yeah, no, he's averaged 16 carries a game, and they haven't really gotten anything going offensively. Give him those same 16 carries in this game. You're talking about 4 yards a pop against Chicago's defense, which has been, they've been one of the league's weakest defense against the pass and against the run. And so I just think that, Carroll wants to run the ball when he can. They've been totally unsuccessful doing that so far, but they haven't played a team like this yet. They're at home. Excuse me. I think this is his bust-out game. I think that I would, on a greedy ticket, I'd look at him to score 2 touchdowns. But on a regular ticket, I think over the 67.5 is a nice play.
How about receiving? He's all the way down to, and we just mentioned now the running backs are down on the receiving list.
Yeah.
But he's got a low one. 12.5.
Right. Against a bad defense, good defenses, you check the ball down, you throw it out to your back or whatever. This is not one of those. They should be able, with Bowers, with Myers, even crying out loud, the guy that scored 3 touchdowns last week, they should be able to move the ball through the air without, swinging it out to their back. But I still think that this is going to be a game where they're going to run the ball more than they're going to pass the ball, especially if Chicago gets a nice flow going offensively, and Carroll starts thinking, we need to ball control and keep them off the field, that kind of approach. But with Genty gaining 5-8 yards per touch, there's the potential still there to move the ball down the field quickly. So, I take a shot with, I'm not even sure I'm pronouncing his name right. Zacchaeus, is that how you pronounce his name?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, at the, on a greedy ticket at the, plus 360 or whatever you had.
Plus
I think we'll find a place for him on one of the tickets. But you're right. You could take Odunze, you could take Moore, you could take any of their receivers. And you would even think about taking Williams, over 2.5 touchdown passes, which has got to be a nice price as well.
Okay. All right, and we have one last game for our cast of characters, the Monday night, where Denver is 7.5 point favorites over the Bengals, 43.5. As bad as the Bengals looked last week, aren't they going to give a better effort this week? A game I haven't thought much into. I've approached Denver with caution, where they were one of my funner teams last year. You always just worry about that sophomore slump a little bit. And, is maybe their defense maybe not as good as they were last year. And they've actually had a hard time stopping the run as well. So Denver just hasn't really found their way into my wagering profile. The Bengals haven't really been a part of that either. So why not? Why start now kind of is my theory on that. But we got to expect a better performance out of Cincinnati this week, right?
You would think so. But, we talked a lot about going into the season, how important it was going to be for Cincinnati to get off to a fast start.
Right.
Now we heard about they're 0-2 every year and they never able to, to get out of it. But this year they're opening against Cleveland and Jacksonville. It's got 2-0 written all over it, and that's going to turn things around. But they came right out with a terrible game against Cleveland in the opener. It was like, oh, man, this is not the type of inspiring performance that I expected. And now look where they are. They're coming. It's almost gotten to the point where, if the Miami coach was on the hottest seat going into last week, the Cincinnati coach might be on the hottest seat at this point.
Right.
That was embarrassing last week. This game here has the potential to be embarrassing as well, not because Denver's any great shakes, but it's just, man, Cincinnati just hasn't played well this year. And even, despite what their record might say, last week's performance is, it's a surprise. Nobody gets blown out to that extent in the NFL. But it's really no surprise that they lost that game significantly based on how unimpressive they looked in the first two games, in games they were supposed to, win easily. So this is a tough spot to go to. I just, I don't know what the psyche there in Cincinnati, but if they went into the season thinking we're going to start 2-0 and we're going to be a playoff team this year, I don't think anybody's talking playoffs right now.
Right.
And this could blow up in their face really quickly. This is not a fun place to go for a late Monday night game. So I wouldn't play this game, but if I did, I gotta believe Denver's going to win.
Right. Okay. Denver survivor worthy to you?
No. Well, I've talked before about there depends. It's hard to say, who you should play in Survivor based on who have you played already. But if you had to rank I'll give you a percentage of, are they going to win this week? Buffalo is 99% and Detroit is 89%. And so I give you both of those teams before I would give you the Chargers over the Giants, 67%. Denver over Cincinnati, 65%. It's just, if you want to take a risk, take a 65% chance, instead of taking the 99 or taking the 89, that's on you. I'd be more conservative things change over the course of the year. And I say just, win in advance, win in advance, use up Buffalo this week if you have to. That's fine, because you know what? Next week, when one of these teams, Cincinnati, maybe looks really bad again this week, and now next week, gee, I would have never have thought that I'd be playing against Cincinnati in week 5. But, it's so these things tend to happen over the course of a Survivor season that you wouldn't necessarily predict early on. So don't try to predict the future. Just try to pick this week's game.
Right.
And there's a 99% winner on the ticket this week. Just go with that one and let the other people, take their risks.
Live to fight another day. I got you. You know what? I use Buffalo on all my picks against Miami. So I'm done. I can't use them. So I have to go another route. Let's see here. All right. Do you have a super fun game of the rest of the slate? I think I have one. I think that's pretty obvious. Are you feeling good about one of these other games to be a super fun game?
No. I mean, I think
you'll
Philly
agree
and
with me,
Tampa. Philly and Tampa should be a really good game. I think Tampa has really, elevated themselves to this kind of level where they should be a 50-50 shot to win this game, especially if Philadelphia hasn't really been dominant. We saw how vulnerable they were last week. And so, that for the morning time, slot, I think that's, what I would say would be the most. I'm more curious to watch the Chargers and Giants just because of Dart playing. But I would say in terms of entertainment value and quality of play, I would think Philly and Tampa. No, I don't. I mean, other than that, very, very quickly, Washington and Atlanta. Washington without their quarterback. Atlanta has not done well offensively. I can't see anything in that game. The Carolina and New England, who really cares? Carolina coming off a really nice game. I don't see that game really being exciting at all. Houston and Tennessee is a game where, Houston should win this game easily. And Chubb might be a nice touchdown play in this game, maybe even a 2-touchdown guy. Tennessee given up a ton of rushing yards and a ton of rushing TDs this year. And I know Chubb is losing some carries there, but this is a kind of grinded out game where he's going to get 14, 15 carries. The backup's going to get 10, 12 carries. I think he can still find a way to score twice, even in a kind of a part-time role. And then most of the afternoon games we've talked. Green Bay and Dallas is only intriguing because it involves Dallas's defense.
No Lamb.
With Lamb out.
Yeah.
With Lamb out in this game again, the big.
No Reed. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there are the Golden and Ferguson. I still think it's going to be a high-scoring game somehow, some way.
Ferguson and Kraft. Touchdown. Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, Golden is someone who is rising in the ranks as Green Bay, as they usually do. They have all their receiver injuries. He's getting more and more targets each week. Ferguson with Lamb out. Oh man, they threw the ball to him every time last week. They're going to be looking to throw the ball short and prevent the sacks. From the familiar face coming around the corner there. So I would expect Ferguson, to be the main target again this week there. And then you got the Jets in Miami, as another one of the Monday games. I'd much rather watch that game than watch the Cincinnati and Denver game. I think interesting game. I think that The Miami showed some signs of life last week. Hopefully they can carry that over. And then the Jets, when Fields plays, are a much more entertaining team. So I think that game could be a sneaky high-scoring game on Monday night. So that's, I don't know which game you're looking at, but
the Jets and Dolphins, I think, can.
Yeah. Well, that's,
just by default, they both have to win. So we got Fields back, which makes everything chaotic. And like you said, eventually the Dolphins are going to click here offensively, and they showed signs of that. They have 10 days rest as well. It's not like it's a crazy road trip. Rivals maybe bring out the best of each other. Neither one has a defense for the most part. So, to me, I think we can see points in that game.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, like I said, there were signs of life with Miami. The similarities between Miami and Detroit offensively are there. I mean, I'm not saying that Miami's going to become Detroit overnight, but when you just look at them and Achane is kind of like Gibbs, a very electric guy, get around the corner, throw him a lot of passes, and then they've got the rookie Gordon. The big Gordon running back who can bust the ball up the middle like Montgomery does. Then you've got the Tyreek Hill playing the role of Jameson Williams and getting down the field. And you got Waddle. And when they get him more involved, he becomes like the St. Brown. I mean, they've got the four really good weapons that hit you from a variety of different directions when they've got it rolling. Now, they had a nice thing going last week. They really should have a nice thing going this week. Again, like you said, the Jets are very poor, or at least poor defensively. So I think Miami's going to put up some nice numbers in this game. But with Jets with their quarterback back, he's a wild card. He could have a really nice running game here. He ran for 2 touchdowns in the opening game. When he was healthy, only game where he's been healthy all year. And Miami's defense is nothing special. So I think he could put up some nice numbers in this game. So there's a lot. I agree with you on, pinpointing this game as a game that certainly worth a lot more action than you'd say from the Bengals and the Broncos later on that night.
Ollie Gordon's been quiet because Miami has not have had those opportunities inside the 5 when they did last week against Buffalo. We definitely saw Ollie Gordon get involved and get into the end zone. He's plus 320 for a touchdown, in which is a game you foresee opportunities inside the 5-yard line again. And how about this number? 30-1 for 2 touchdowns for Ollie Gordon.
Well, and the good thing about that is you've got a quarterback who is not going to run the ball. I mean, even if it's a half yard from the goal line where 29 other teams in the league would quarterback sneak, they can't take that chance with their quarterback. So they have to hand the ball off to somebody. Watching, like I said, I see a comparison between Gordon and Montgomery of Detroit.
Right.
He's got this big guy.
Yeah,
you look at him and like, wow, this guy should be playing linebacker, not running back. And if they, could ever establish a nice, run blocking up front, this guy, has the potential to be a really powerful running back. But at the same time, you've got another running back who's got to be on the field. I mean, he catches the ball better than any back in the league. He's a breakaway threat. And so there's this team's got a lot of weapons. I just hope that they need to get their psyche right. And there was a lot of talk last week about, oh man, if they lose this game to Buffalo, they're going to fire their coach. Well, they were just competitive enough and, had a spark offensively that kind of quieted that down. Well, this is the game where they can really pick up on that, take it the next step, and kind of get back to okay, this is what we expected out of Miami the last two seasons, is this offensive powerhouse with a lot of weapons. This is that opportunity. I'd like to see it happen. Maybe it's wishful thinking on my part, but I really do think they have the weapons to make it happen as long as their quarterback is healthy.
How about this? $10 will win us $4,100, 2 touchdowns, Ollie Gordon and Justin Fields.
Interesting. That I mean, that is a realistic possibility.
Yeah. All right. So that's why we do this program. Let's find nuggets like that. And then let me rewind back to your Philadelphia Tampa Bay game. And I'm a Tampa lover. I'm probably the OG of Tampa lovers, and the one guy who never gave up on Baker Mayfield when everyone else in the world seemingly did. Now he's won everyone's hearts over. But I can't help to think that this is just a horror. Now this is going to probably come back and pay off for Tampa Bay down the road, and maybe even in a playoff scenario, because I have a feeling they'll be a big underdog if what happens what I'm getting ready to say. But those offensive line injuries really are concerning to me for Tampa Bay. And the fact that we don't have Evans this week, Godwin's coming back, but who knows what we're going to get from him. I just feel like Tampa Bay is going into this fist fight with one hand kind of strapped behind their back. And I would not be shocked if the Eagles use this as somewhat of a statement game or perceived statement game to try to, win by a couple of scores down here in Tampa Bay. This is just a bad spot, I think, for Baker and company, considering the injuries on the line, considering we don't have Evans, considering Godwin, we don't know what we're going to get back from him. Luka's been great, but it's going to have to be other guys besides him. And I think at the end of the day, the Eagles are just going to have too much firepower. I mean, it's amazing what A.J. Brown does when you get him the ball. He actually played like angry, throwing guys off of himself. So I think if you get the second half effort that the Eagles gave you last week, this game could get out of hand a little bit. And you're right. This is a good game, but I want to see all hands on deck for this. And we were probably going to get that down the road. So just a bad September spot for Tampa Bay here to me. And that's why I think the Eagles probably win this game by 13 points.
Yeah, I agree. It's just there's something about Tampa.
They pull it out. Yes, they do have the little bit of magic thing going on.
They're they've become like the Chiefs in that, not that they win all these games, but they're in so many close games,
right.
and they fall behind, and they always find a way. Baker somehow finds a way to get them down the field and score that winning touchdown or a tying touchdown or get them the field goal or whatever. And Philadelphia, well, no doubt Philadelphia is the better team in this game. They just haven't, they're not clicking yet on all cylinders. I mean, obviously we saw this last week, especially the first half, obviously in the Rams game. But even the games before that, the Kansas City game, it was for Kansas City was struggling and Philadelphia kind of struggled right there with them. It's just, they're not on their A game yet. And I think you need to be in order to beat Tampa at this point. So I'm gonna give Tampa a 50-50 shot of winning this game.
Okay. And then the other thing I'm gonna like on the rest of the slate is I think I'm gonna go back to the Mariota rushing yards again, because why not? That's what he does. But I think Debo again can have another nice game, just because we don't have McLaurin. I mean, Debo is going to be the alpha dog here. And I think a good opportunity for him to have a huge game, to be honest, against Atlanta.
Well, what's Mariota's rushing total?
29 and a half.
Yeah, that is too low. I mean, they don't. I mean, even Merritt is questionable
Yes.
for this game. They don't have McLaurin, and this guy in a game where they took the lead and they had them comfortably in hand last week. While that game was competitive, Mariota was running the ball a lot. I think he had 6 carries for 40 yards, which goes easily over
and a score,
total, right? And I don't think he had any of that the final 20 minutes of the game when they had gotten way ahead. I think it all came early on while the game was competitive. This should be a competitive game, and I do agree with you about Samuel, and in the sense that they seem willing to use him at running back. So this just means more touches, more swing the ball to him out of the backfield, just get the ball in his hands more often. Heck, they might even use him at the goal line. If they don't have Merritt this game, what are they going to do? I mean, give it to Rodriguez? You might as well give it to Debo. I mean, he's probably your best running back at this point. So I think and without your star quarterback there, all the more reason to get your best talent the ball as often as possible, and that's Debo. So yeah, I agree that he has the potential to have a really nice game. You're a little disappointed in how he did last week, but they had that game in hand. I'm curious to see as the game's tighter, if they go to him more often. But Mariota is a very strong play in terms of rushing.
And I think Atlanta, on the flip side, which I think Atlanta can actually win this game. That now the better coaching staff's on the other side. I'm convinced of that. And this is a revenge game for the Washington coach, isn't it? 13 carries for Bijan Robinson last week, not going to cut it. 5 receptions, probably too low, or 6 targets. Probably need to give him a few more targets. So I'll give. We just talked about the 2 touchdown scores. Now we don't have them, and we just came up with the Gordon and Fields 2 touchdown scenario. I think you could probably take a chance here with Debo and Bijan in that same regard for 2 scores, and you're going to get 40-1 if both of those guys can score twice, which I think sounds like almost a 50-50 proposition to me. Maybe 40-60, 35-65, but they're going to score 1 each. And Bijan probably does get his second. Can Debo get his second would be my question from that, maybe.
Atlanta's, I don't know what's going on with Atlanta's offense. They just.
I don't think they're coached very well. I think that's
the thing. And that's I mean that's.
I think Raheem Morris hasn't done anything as a coach in the NFL.
Just the the way they approached the game last week, it was like, you know what, we got a really good defense, and so we're just going to play super conservatively on offense. I guess that's your philosophy. It's really counter to what you did last year. That when you brought in the new quarterback, and all of a sudden you got Bijan, you've got London. You have a very entertaining offensive team. You really want to throw that away to run the ball up the middle and be this very boring team that if you don't win, it gets the coach fired. So I'm curious to see in a game like this where Washington's not an elite level defensive team. So Atlanta should be able to do what they want to do in this game. But what are they going to want to do? Are they really going to go into this shell and just run the ball, kind of like they did, 3-4 years ago? Or are they going to open it up a little bit more, be a little more fun? I don't know. I don't quite know what to expect from them.
Okay, let's fill out your primary ticket then. You love Radler. on his rushing yards. I know that. So that's got to go on there. Rather
Absolutely.
over 11 and a half.
And I think that, to me, Genty, rushing yards definitely goes on here.
Okay, GT.
And then the, Hampton's rushing yards definitely goes on here. Dart's rushing yards I would put on this ticket. So that would be my top four. If the rest of my list there on, my gutless list would be Hawkinson over his receiving total, Caleb Williams over his, take him over 1.5 TD passes. Right. I think Mahomes over his 1.5 TD passes, and I take Mariota over his rushing total. So, I mean, there's nine plays there on my gutless ticket. Maybe split them up to a 5 and a 4. Good. I didn't mention taking the Chargers over the 24.5 team points. So if you just took the quarterbacks and put Rattler, rushing, Williams, TDs, Mahomes, TDs, Mariota, rushing. And you just put those 4 on one ticket and then take the other 5, Hawkinson, yardage, Hampton, yardage, Genty, yardage. Dart I forgot to put on that other ticket. So that gives us 5 quarterbacks on the one ticket, Dart's rushing total. And then the Chargers over their point total. So the 4 on the non-quarterback ticket would be Hawkinson, Hampton, Genty, and the Chargers. And then on a my greedy ticket would have Chubb for 2 TDs, Hampton for 2 TDs, Caleb Williams for over 2.5, and Genty for 2 TDs. I don't know if you want to just put the 2 TD guys together, just make it Chubb and Hampton and Genty. I think that that would be my
okay, Chubb, Hampton, and Genty, and then I'll go ahead and add on the Monday night guys that I like with Gordon and Fields. That makes a nice ticket. And Debo. I'll throw Debo on there for 6 guys. That'll be making super crazy. All right. How's your fantasy team now?
Well, it's the same thing as I said last week, which is
by
winning. I'm the 49ers of my league. Winning, but not impressive. I got very
As
lucky.
the 7th place team saying, just wait till week 10. They'll be right around 500 like we expect them to be.
Well, hopefully that's not the case in my case. But I ran into a team last week that had Lamb. So, couldn't, he got injured right away, right?
Right.
Was last week the week Lamb got hurt?
Yes.
Yeah, right. So he basically scored 0. And then it was already a team that had Daniels out of the lineup. It was his only quarterback. So he had to go pick up somebody, and he picked up Browning. And so he had a terrible game. So, I mean, it was, Lamb basically scored 0, and Browning had a terrible game, in a place where Daniels would normally score a lot of points. So it gave me a huge advantage, and I needed it because I didn't score a whole lot of points last week. But it worked out, and we go to this week. I have, I have McCaffrey and Henry. And so that's the focal point of my team. But I've got a bunch of receivers that I have trouble finding the right combination. So that's that's been my problem over these weeks. Is I always have one receiver who does well. He's always on the bench. So I need to get that right, and then ride my running backs, and we'll see what happens. So. Been very lucky. Could easily be 1 and 2. Instead, I'm 3 and 0, And and once again, I went from projected to be 10th in this league to now projected to be 4th, which is disappointing because I would have hoped to. I'm 3-0. What are they saying? I think I'm the only undefeated team in the league, and you still only projected me 4th place. But I think that's an accurate assessment in that I probably don't deserve to be in the number 1 spot. And this week I'm underdog again. So, we'll see.
Did you catch that? That the old quote unquote the NFL is fixed controversy with CD Lamb last week, because a lot of these sports books, what they're doing is they're giving what's called bet insurance, to where if your player gets injured in the first quarter, then they void him out. So, either your 3-game parlay becomes a 2-game parlay, or you get your money back if you have the player straight up in a prop. And CD got hurt in the first quarter, and he came back in for that one play in the second quarter, if you remember, where he couldn't walk and he didn't even run around. He just shook his head and walked back to the sideline, and they counted that as a second quarter play and a reason not to void all those tickets.
Well, I mean, and unfortunately, especially when there's a lot of money on the line, you have to have your rules spelled out, and you can't really make exceptions, to the rules. And if this is your rule that, hey, look, if he plays anytime after the first quarter, sorry, but your bet counts, and that's what the rule is written as, well, then you don't, that's just your tough luck. You can't say, well, he only played one play. Well, what if he had played 2? What if they had thrown him a pass there? It's like you can't have all these contingencies. It's got to be cut and dry. And there was a controversy regarding, I don't know if you saw this. What was it? It had to do with they recalculated a guy's yardage.
Oh, no, I did not
ago.
See that. Yeah, no.
Yeah, and they, he went down. It came down to the last play of, I don't think this was the game because this involved my team, but I'll say it as if it were this game. There was a play at the end of a game. I want to say it was a Monday night game or Sunday night game 2 weeks ago, where team was losing and they threw a pass and he lateraled, and then ball in the hands of my guy, right? And he ran for like 15 yards, and then he lateraled, but it fumbled, and the other team recovered. And so I thought, oh, geez, does that go down as my guy's fumble? Which it did. Mm-hmm. And so while he got the 15 yards receiving because he ran that far with the original lateral, he docked, 2 points for having fumbled on this last play of the game. And you didn't really know. Well, he lateraled to the guy, and the guy dropped it. So who gets the fumble there? Is it really even a fumble? Is this counting against me? And so it's, you've got to, these things, and this is, it didn't affect my matchup, but it, affected somebody's matchup, where, okay, is this, what's the rule on this? And the rule is, hey, if you lateral the ball, just like the quarterback, if you lateral the ball and it's errant, well, then that's considered your fumble, and so, he got points deducted. And like I said, I'm guessing it had to cost somebody somewhere. But there was another play, another game, and I'm trying to remember exactly where it was, where a guy was given credit for a 20-yard reception, and then they reviewed it, and it was only 19 yards or something. So the final box score is listed as having a certain number of certain number of yardage, and then they changed it that night or the next morning. Took a yard away or whatever it was. What's 1 yard mean? But anyway, my point is that you've got to have these rules written down. I mean, is your rule that I mean, you told me I won at the end of the game last night, but a day later, now you're telling me I lost. And so what's the rule?
Right,
Well,
right.
the rule is when the NFL comes back and says, hey, we made a mistake on something, we need to reassess the number of yards this guy has. Well, that's, we got to go back and reassess the point total in our game. I mean, if that's your rule and it's written, then that's the way it is. And so it's the same thing with a lot more at stake in the gambling, where it says, hey, look, here's what the rule is. If you play one play anytime after the first quarter, sorry, you don't get your money back. And that's
Right.
that's apparently what this came down to. So it's a tricky business. You got to you got to anticipate. Well, what if this happens? You know what? We need to have this spelled out somewhere, because if this happens in a game, then we're liable for the ramifications of it. And so it's with that kind of money on the line, it's like I said, I just kind of cringe thinking about it. Like if you were on the other end of it, you had to make these rules. You didn't have a rule covering one of these things. Well, what do? I guess we got to pay everybody.
Yeah. So
that gets you fired.
we had one of those. So when I was the bookie in college, and I make no secrets about this, my experience on both sides of the book here on this program. But it was a Monday night game with Jacksonville and Pittsburgh. And it was one of those cases where I think the Steelers were up 3 or something like that. And Jacksonville was trying to kick the game-tying field goal. And again, it was a blocked field goal. They ran it back for a touchdown. It landed on 9. All the teasers are 6-point teasers or whatever the case may be. Everybody won. But the broadcast ended. And then lo and behold, the next day, and this is pre-internet and everything. So lo and behold, the next day, the score is 1 point more than what it was from the final tally from the night before. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And I actually called down to the Jacksonville box office to ask what the hell happened. And yeah, after the broadcast ended, everyone was in the locker rooms. They peeled everyone back onto the field to kick the extra point. And the wagers wanted to hear nothing about them at that time. So I think we just paid everyone just to shut them up.
Well, let's just win the easy way. That's our motto.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Dave. We'll look forward to a wacky week 4 if it lives up to the the final tallies of the previous 3 weeks. We shall say.
Yeah, it's we got a couple of. I do anyway. Have a couple of new guys involved this week. Who would have thought that week 4, I'd be recommending Dart, was not even the starter on opening day, and recommending Genty coming off 3 bad games, and recommending Hampton, and recommending Mariota, crying out loud. But that, that's where your value is. We all know. They know who majority of the public's going to be on. Is Chase playing? Ooh, everybody's going to take his over. Is Jefferson playing? Everybody's going to take his over. And is Bijan Robinson playing? Everybody's going to take his over. And so even when you like those things, you're paying a little extra price. But when you deal with someone like Mariota, they probably don't put all that much thought into it. They're not thinking everybody's going to take Mariota over, so let's jack up his price. No, they give you an honest price on it, and then you this is where you need to take advantage and not pay the extra freight on it. Get the honest price. You have an opinion. You win or lose based on a real number rather than a manufactured one. So that it's kind of refreshing to know that you're not fighting the public on this, where I'm crying out loud. I'm had to lay 10 extra yards on Chase because everybody in the world is on him this week. You're not worried about that with Mariota. And clearly, when you look at some of these numbers, probably nobody's made a bet on Mariota yet. So you be the first,
or
and
Rattler.
you're the one who drives the price up.
Yeah. We hit home that Mariota and Rattler parlay, and we called it.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay.
We may be the only ones, but
that's how you win. You got to think outside the box, for sure. And we're going to keep an eye on DeMarcus Robinson and that receiver stuff too, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, this might even happen tomorrow. Early on, even before the afternoon games. I mean, you know how these things, the reporters get to the field. The 49ers have to announce, well, got to hand out uniforms, right? So if Pearsall's not going to play, well, you don't need to wait till 1 o'clock to know that. Pearsall's being told at 10 a.m. that, hey, don't bother putting your uniform on. You're not playing today. And then the reporter finds out about it, and the next thing it's on your ticker that Pearsall's out, and oh, by the way, Jennings is out. Okay, this is what I've been waiting for. Let me get my Robinson, bet down. And but so you gotta be on the ball. The way you win this game is by outworking the people on the other side. And there's so many good sources of information these days.
Yep.
When you get something, when you can anticipate something like this, like okay, I'm going to keep my eye on Twitter, or I'm going to keep my eye on the ticker, or whatever it is, and see what the 49ers, who are their inactives. And then bang, as soon as it's announced that, okay, Jennings out, Pearsall out, well then, you be the first in line, because then you get the real price on Robinson. And then a half hour later, you look up and, oh my God, I got him over 19 and a half yards, and it's 33 now. You get rewarded for hard work sometimes.
All right, Dave, enjoy week 4, and we'll talk next week.
Okay, good luck.
All right, 9:50 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're back in our studios with Nephew Dave. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
This is the Round Robin on the Deep End Broadcasting Network, and we are live with an entertaining first 8 minutes and 36 seconds of this football game between the Vikings and the Steelers. And right now, Minnesota is up 3-0, although there's been a ton of action besides those 3 points, one of which Jalen Ramsey has a touchdown, Dave. First touchdown of the game, Jalen Ramsey picks up a ball on what appears to be a fumble after a screen pass, but the player's body, and it's going to be the backup to Mason. It wasn't Mason. There's the other running back. I'll have to grab his name. It happened so fast right before we were coming on the air, but his body was half out of bounds, Dave, when he fumbled the ball, and he put his hand on it. Is that why it was deemed down?
That's what they were, I guess, deeming down because
he had his hand on it for a second.
Right.
As he dropped the ball, he reached and touched the ball on the ground and was out of bounds. So that made it dead and prevented Jalen Ramsey and my round robin of the Pittsburgh Steelers' first touchdown of the game parlay with a couple of other teams. Null and void. So 0-0. Off to a fun start. But I told Anthony the other night, Jalen Ramsey will be the one who picks off Rodgers or something. I couldn't find him live for an anytime touchdown. You'll have to take the Pittsburgh defense again, which isn't the worst play. That's probably what I need to do. But the other two guys I said that were going to get a touchdown were in the Houston game, Stingley and Derwin James in the Charger game. So Stingley and Derwin James, I just fired a $2.50 ticket to win $7,100 if those two can score this afternoon. Only because Ramsey was the guy I said, and sure enough, almost. It has been a week of almost, Nephew Dave.
Indeed, it has.
In regard to college football, the Thursday night game. So we will look to hit it hard this morning. Let's see here. We're going to go through the games. We're going to do Survivor first. And if you're new to the show, because I see we have a bunch of viewers on here, we will break down every unique angle from here on out for every game. We're going to come up with some good obscure picks, and we're going to try to translate that into lots of money and have a happy end of September, beginning of autumn for all of us. And get your pen and paper ready, and think for yourself too, guys. Kind of follow the strategy a little bit, but plug your own players in. Do what makes sense, and at the end of the day, just ask yourself, can this happen? And if the answer is yes, and you like the price, then that's when we go ahead and fire on this sort of thing. All right, there's a little bit of method to the madness, but there's also just basic, law of averages, kind of almost in a way as well at times when we try to turn our $10 into $2,000, which we will do a lot faster than the 7-Eleven. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on this Pittsburgh, Minnesota game. Aaron Rodgers and company across midfield, and Jaylen Warren is out, so that's going to be more akin of Gainwell out of the backfield. Dave, you have Warren on some tickets already voided, correct?
Yes, yep. Already voided this morning.
So beware of that, and of course injuries as well. Krosky Merritt's listed, but who knows, right, Dave? We're talking about that a little bit too.
Yeah, he is. He's listed. I saw that he's going to play, but you never know how these things can transpire throughout the morning. So something to keep an eye on there for him as well.
Okay, I've been distracted on Survivor all morning trying to even get my picks down, but there's a lot going on a Sunday morning around here. So I'm going to try to follow through as nephew Dave goes through the current lines, and we're going to do our Survivor picks right now. So we'll try to fly through this with some good madness and get to the first game of the day. So what do you got, Dave, on the lines of what we're looking at right now? And I'll pay attention to what the ticker says as well and update that as needed.
All right, Steve, let's start off with the Chargers going to the Giants today. Over under 43.5. Chargers -6. Maybe a spot here for the Chargers, Steve.
So 6?
6, yep. Even 6 right here.
I got the Chargers in a few a few Survivor pools already. And I believe I have them locked in. I just need to do my double check in this. And I don't think they lose. I'm gonna hang with this pick. I think this is a good time to take the Chargers. There are other suspects on the board. There's gonna be your Buffalo clan today for sure. And although that spread seems to be dropping, I want to know what you got on that here when you get to it with the Bills and the Saints. I've seen it drop as much as 2 points now since it opened up through this morning. But I will stick with the Chargers. It's simple. Let's fade the rookie quarterback in his first start against Harbaugh in his defense.
Yep.
I mean, so give me the Chargers, and we'll hope to march forward. I get it. They could lose this game for sure. Dart could come out and look fabulous and ruin the day for some Charger Survivor people like myself.
All right, we got the Browns heading to Detroit to take on the Lions. Your number here, 44.5. -10 for Detroit. I don't know. That Cleveland defense stood pretty tall against the Packers. Maybe they make this a little bit more interesting. Steve, you could take the Lions, but I think I would look elsewhere in this one.
What do you have for the Lions?
-10.
If you wanted to take the Lions as Survivor, I don't blame you.
I mean, certainly a candidate today. Washington taking on Atlanta. This one's in Atlanta. Number's going to be 43.5 with the Falcons now favored at home -1.5, Steve.
Okay. No Survivor there.
No Survivor play there.
Okay.
Now here's the one you're interested in. Saints are in Buffalo. Very well could be a bloodbath. Your number 48.5 or -14.5 for the Bills, Steve.
14.5. And I see 2.5 for Atlanta now as well. So there's some different lines out there this morning, guys. You know what? if you want to be with the rest of the pack, by all means. And we do have a Kenneth Gainwell touchdown. I was getting ready to say, Dave, if it lasted another play, here comes DK Metcalf on the quick slant. But
He almost had it.
he was not out there. Yeah, he was not out there for that last play. And Gainwell off left tackle, easy into the end zone. So Pittsburgh actually has the lead here, 7-3 early on in this game. Okay, next.
All right. Very good game. Maybe a game of the day. The Eagles are in Tampa to take on the Bucks. 43.5 is going to be the number. -3.5 for the Eagles on the road, Steve. No survivor here.
Nope.
Tennessee is in Houston taking on the Texans. Over under 39.5. -7 for the Texans. I know the Texans have looked ugly. You got to figure this is a spot for them at home. I do believe I took them in one of my pools.
Okay, so there's money coming in on the Tennessee a little bit, and the over has gone up, interestingly enough. All right, next.
Carolina taking on the Patriots. They're in Foxborough. 42.5 is your number. How about this, Steve? -5.5 for the Patriots.
You know what? If you wanted to use the Patriots in Survivor, I think that you actually could. This ain't the worst spot in the world. You check them off. You don't have to worry about them later. So I will not argue if you wanted to go that route. There's many routes to go this week. I think this is one of the easier Survivor weeks.
Right.
Kind of in my mind, to be honest.
All right. Indy is taking on the Rams. This one is in LA. 49.5 is your number. Maybe a little bit surprising there with a good Rams defense. -3.5 at home for the Rams. Steve, I think I would stay away from this one, actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that over-under is inflated, like you said. 49.5 seems like an awful lot of points for that game that could be on the ground dominantly. Both of these teams decent with the run.
Absolutely.
So, all it takes to, and we saw it in that game on Monday night, all it takes is one, and they went over. I'm talking about Detroit and Baltimore, right? Fantastic game. We haven't even mentioned that game.
Right.
Since last week. But that one long 10-minute drive, when you're trying to get to an over-under that's around 50 points and someone has a 10-minute drive, woof, that's a slap across the face.
Yes.
So that's what you always have to be wary of, that kind of thing. And both of these teams fit the mold. We've seen it really with the Rams more so than the Colts if they've been able to get into the end zone. But all right, let's move the ball between the 20s.
Right.
And settle for a Cardi field goal, right?
Yep.
Field goal. The battle of the field goals does not get you over 49.5 points.
All right, well, Steve, maybe a field goal kicker is coming up today.
Yeah.
Maybe a little field goal kicker
Honestly,
ticket.
Dave, that's a good ticket for your touchdown and field goal.
Yes, yeah.
Parlay, to be honest.
And which I haven't played in a couple weeks, so maybe I'll fire one of those back in.
Yeah. So go ahead and put that on your list.
All right, we'll note that the Rams and the Colts touchdown and a field goal in each half. All right, Jacksonville on the West Coast in San Francisco. Your number here, 46.5. The Niners -3.5 at home. I don't know, Steve. I think this is another one to maybe stay away from.
Pass.
Ravens, they're in Kansas City taking on the Chiefs. 48.5 is going to be your number. -2.5 on the road for the Ravens.
Pass.
All right. Here's my big play and two of my big pools. The risky kind of style that I'm deploying here, Steve, has worked so far. Hopefully it doesn't bite me today. The Bears are taking on the Raiders. This one's in Vegas. 47.5 is your number. -1.5 for the Raiders at home. I'm not so sure about that. Give me the Bears Survivor today.
I like that's a gutsy Survivor call too, Dave. Not many people are going to be on that game, and I do like the Bears.
All right. Good night game. Packers in Dallas. Plenty of storyline there. Your number is 47.5. -7 on the road for the Packers, Steve.
No Survivor for me. Tricky game, I think, still at the end of the day for Green Bay. I think that's too many points.
Right.
To be honest.
Um,
Even with that bad defense.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, the Jets.
The Dallas bad defense.
They're taking on the Dolphins. This one's in Miami. Maybe viewership a little bit low on this game, the way these two teams are playing. Your number is 45.5, -2.5 for the Dolphins at home. This is a flyby pass for me.
I think you could take Miami potentially in this game.
Interesting. All right, that's a gutsy call.
I think they get the ship righted survivor-wise, and we're not going to talk about this game much, but I think this is a fire on all cylinders, green light offensive. You want to bet Brees Hall and Garrett Wilson.
All right.
Neither of these teams have a defense, and they're both hungry. And we already talked about with Del Grande. I mean, we're getting $10 to win $7,100 on Ollie Gordon II and Justin Fields both to have 2 touchdowns. Okay, so that is a huge payout in a game where they will. All you're talking about is the Dolphins having opportunities within the 5-yard line. And
right.
I think that this is going to be a higher scoring game. He's going to get the ball down by the goal line. Make no mistake about that. He is going to be the one. And then Justin Fields is going to do his thing where he runs around all over the place. So there you have it.
Good angle. I like it.
Fun game. And I think Miami High is a little bit more balanced of a
all right
stabilized offense anyway.
Justin
Fields too chaotic to win.
Right. Ending the week, we have the Bengals taking on the Broncos. That one's in Denver. 44.5 is your number. -7.5 for the Broncos at home. I could see the Broncos winning, but I just think there's better survivor picks on the board.
I could see Denver winning, and I think there's better survivor picks on the board. I agree with you. And you know what? I did not know this game was at this cool stadium in Ireland either. This is like a nice, wholesome rugby stadium, your typical
that's cool
neighborly little soccer. It's a dreary, cloudy day. It's almost perfect. It looks like it's a sellout. It's not the biggest of stadiums by any stretch of the imagination. It almost looks like a like Northwestern's college stadium.
Yeah.
But very pretty. And Addison with a big catch down the sideline right before the first quarter as we go right into the second quarter now, 7-3 Pittsburgh and the Vikings. Okay, let's get to the list of the games. I should have a full breakdown music thingy. We'll do the news flash. Okay, news flash on the Eagles and the Buccaneers. Dave said it himself, 3.5, 44.5 to me. And I love Baker. This show alone, people, if you have not listened to the show, this is why we are right on some things and a lot of things. If you're just listening, because we are actually, as a show cast, Dave, you can almost argue 3-0. At least one of us has profited every week.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But I'm going to call it 2-0-1 for the show, and maybe 1-0-2 for me, as I've had a couple of pushes. But my week was a big winning week, the week that I had it. So that paid for all of September. In October, really, for the most part, if not more. So we are right on a lot of things. And if you listen to the show in the past, we started when the hate monger Baker Mayfield people were out there at full force. This is the time when he was, homeless, and then in Carolina, got his 1 or 2 chances and played feisty, and then got traded off to the Rams and played and won a Monday night game like 2 days after the trade, Dave.
Yeah, he was only there. Yeah.
If you remember that, everyone's like, oh, that's an easy bet against the Rams. And the Rams won that game with Mayfield. He only spent that 1 year there, and then Brady retired, and there he goes to Tampa. And to me, he kind of fit right into that mold as Carson Wentz now getting the taste of the pit. Who's the better defense here? Is it the Vikings?
It might be a long day for Wentz.
The Pittsburgh defense stepping up in this game right now as they sack Carson Wentz. But You know what? Even Dave Del Grande was pumping the brakes on Mayfield. He's a fan now. He loves him to death. So that's how much the haters have all swung into his favor. And I think even the haters, you don't hear anybody hating on Baker Mayfield now. You hear a lot of love for him, guy who plays with a chip on his shoulder. I'm worried about the offensive line injuries. I'm worried about Evans being gone. I'm worried about Godwin just coming back in his first game. I mean, it's Baker magic. I get it. But I think, I mean, you still have the Super Bowl champs coming in here at the end of the day, without all of that. So therefore, I think 3.5 is too low. I think you got to take the Eagles in this game. Trust me. You know what? The Eagles are not even of my betting portfolio either, really, Dave, in the last couple of seasons,
right?
With their success, I thought, I jumped on them in the Super Bowl, and was very, very happy with that. I had them week 1 with their team points, and I think I was let down because the game stayed. You got to blame the weather on that kind of deal. Hurts has checked the box for me a couple of times for 2 touchdowns, so I'm going to throw him in some tickets today for 2 scores. And AJ Brown, I think I would put him on a ticket for real for anytime touchdown. He played so angry last week. How do they not get him the ball now? Just the way he was when he got the ball, you looked at him, you could see the expression of meanness in his face. And then as he tosses a defensive back into the sideline, like it's no big deal. He's 2-1 for anytime touchdown. Bucky Irving's 124, Hurts minus 120. Barkley minus 128, Devontae Smith plus 255, Godwin plus 340, Goddard plus 360, Sterling Shepard plus 350. I mean, you're talking about Shepard now that is going to have to have a big role here. Dallas Goddard's plus 360. There's Otten. You can see his role expand plus 390. Rashad White, we might see him a lot more on the field as well, even with the lacking of Evans. I mean, you might see some Bucky Irving, Rashad White 2-back sets nowadays where they can kind of split them both out in the passing lanes. Baker Mayfield plus 750. Let's see. Longer shot, Mechie 15-1. Xavier Gibson 13-1. And Bigsby, would take Bigsby ever get involved? 13-1 for him. 2 touchdowns, since I mentioned it. Barkley plus 460, Hurts plus 490, Irving 8-1. AJ Brown at 15-1 is not a bad play. In fact, I think we need to put him on Touchdown Madness, to be honest.
You gonna start off with him
as a semi-ringer. Yeah, Ibuka 16-1, Devontae Smith 22-1, Goddard 35-1. Everyone else down further than that. Baker Mayfield, if you want to take a stab on Baker for 2, because he doesn't have an Evans, maybe he has to scramble just a little bit more. 100-1 for him. On the passing props, is this a DK Metcalf touchdown?
I need a Rodgers passing touchdown, so that would be good.
I think this is a huge play by Pittsburgh. And DK Metcalf gets on the board.
Steelers all over the Vikings right now.
Let's see, starts off wide right, and it's a simple crossing pattern across the middle, and he turns on the Jets, and he is gone.
75 yards.
He runs over the last tackler and does not go out of bounds to get the touchdown. I love it. That checks one box for me.
All right.
Let's get Jefferson and Addison in there now too, Minnesota, who will be forced to throw. Let's face it. Carson Wentz, learn to live in the shotgun, buddy. Passing today, baseline Mayfield 215.5, Jalen Hurts 194.5. Over under 1.5 touchdowns. You're getting plus money on both of these guys. Jalen Hurts isn't going to have 2 touchdown passes today. A plus 168. Okay. This is why we do this show, because even me has things to learn. And Jalen Hurts at plus 168. goes on a nice ticket with a few other 4 or 5 other quarterbacks over 1.5 if you can pick them off. But even Baker at plus 124 is good. I just think he's under siege, and I don't want him to get hurt. This is a game, knock on wood. I'm never calling for this, Baker, because I love you to death. But you might sprain an ankle trying to run away from the front 4 of the Eagles. So, Dave, what do you like in this game?
Steve, you know, I get it. It's the Super Bowl champs, Eagles, you know, and this is with that offensive line, you know, that is a big concern. I will agree with you there. You know, it's just something I don't know, Steve. It's big time Baker, Oklahoma guy. Maybe I've got a little bit of bias. Now he's, you know, at Tampa Bay. Big time Baker, man. I'm going to go 25 plus rush yards. Remember, he cashed a ticket in for me last week. He was the last rusher I need. He took that long run. I think he needed like 12 and he got like 14. So I'm going to start off a quarterback rushing ticket with Baker, him just kind of being the centerfold here. And I like Egbuka. As always, you know, I was very high on him coming into the season, and it looks like he could take a number 1 role today, really. I know you have Godwin coming back, Steve, but it's his first game back, and Egbuka has shown you everything that you've needed to see from him. I would definitely put him in.
He could turn into an alpha dog.
Absolutely. Anytime touchdown, you know I have him on a ticket. I have him for 2 as well. You know, we always say if we like him for 1, or we like him for 2, we probably like him for 1. So, Steve, give me Egbuka, give me Baker rushing. If he's going to be under siege, figure he's going to have to take it into his own hands a little bit. And 25 rush yards at plus 153. You could maybe even move that up a little bit, but I'm going to leave it right there. I always feel like that's a good number for quarterbacks to try and get to. So, Steve, give me some Baker rushing today. And give me Egbuka for 1 and 2. You could go either way with it.
I just need to do a column for quarterback rushing yards and put these guys underneath.
And Steve, also with touchdown madness here, I don't want to try and change your mind.
Right.
Brown and Egbuka are at the same odds for me over here. Would you consider Egbuka over Brown, knowing that maybe they're going to have to get the ball out quickly, maybe in the red zone? Now, you don't have to. You know, I'm just putting that out there for the folks that, you know, maybe he's a good one to start with as well.
There's one game we always throw 2 guys in, so let's just throw them both.
All right.
There's always one game where we throw them both. And I think the deal is you got to play them together as well. So, hey, what's up, Mark? Coffee table. So, AJ Brown and Egbuka. Let's see here for those 2 guys. Now I got to play on my phone because I still have the restrictions, nephew Dave. Of me trying to play live on the computer, and they're giving me the location issue.
I would put them on mine, Steve, but they don't allow as many
Let's see here.
as we like to pick.
Yeah. Let's see here. And they always move it. Okay, let's just go to this part. All right, when in doubt, 2 touchdown scoring props. So I'll start the ticket off. Touchdown madness is our 2 touchdown long shots, but we throw a ringer or 2 in there to try to get it to hit off. I think we've had success with 3 and some of the ringers involved, and we've hit a couple of the 2s with the long shot guys. So this is a fun bet, and tag along if you like. But we're gonna do 2 touchdown scores, and we'll do this game. We'll use it right off the bat. AJ Brown and Egbuka, consider them ringers, and if one of them hits, then fantastic. let's see here. I should put a little bit down for themselves. I'll put $3 for them together to win 500.
I was about to say, Steve, even playing those two together is a fun little ticket as well.
Yeah, the thing is on this Touchdown Madness ticket, when you're winning, when you do it in the round robin style, you're winning 3 players. You can't have a guy from the same game, right? So it can't be A.J. Brown and Egbuka and somebody else on this list that we're getting ready to create. It has to be A.J. Brown and 2 of the other guys and Egbuka and 2 of the other guys. That's why you play Egbuka and Brown together, to avoid that controversy of not getting paid out of the 3.
Right,
you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Makes sense? Okay. You can do that. You can play them differently, but you'd have to plug these each in individually, and we have way too many players and not enough time to do that. Okay. So that's a lesson you learn here. And the round robin people, if you're just tuning in for the first time and you don't know what that is in wagering terms a gambling ticket in which we have 3, 4, 5, 6, any number of guys on there or teams, whatever the bet is, and we round robin them together, which means if we have 5 plays, then play A, B, and C as a 3-game parlay. C, D, and E as a 3-game parlay. A, B, D, and E is a 4-game parlay. A, B, C, D is a 4-game parlay. It is a bunch of parlays together. It's one big parlay with all 5 of them. And, you can play as little as 2. It gets a little bit more expensive with 2. And the 2 payout is more like an insurance policy. But you can usually find a big profit at that, or a nice profit at 3, a bigger profit at 4, and the jackpot at 5. So think of it in those terms. Win, place, or show, and showing is not the worst thing in the world if it's a horse race. Getting 4 out of the 5 is a great payday. So A.J. Brown and Egbuka, first 2 players in our round the robin. And if you have the website, where you can bet just on your ticket, click round robin, and you'll see it pop up on the windows. It'll say, 3 times 10 bets. That means the 3s, there's 10 different 3-game parlays. They'll tell you what you're doing. And then, 50 cents doesn't get split up into that amount. That's 10 different 50 cents, which obviously makes $5 if you do 50 cents 10 times. It doesn't take much, especially on these long shot Touchdown Madness tickets. We're not going to spend a lot, and the payout's going to be ridiculous. Okay, so that's our show in a nutshell. And how things work around here, and other stuff as well. Okay, Dave, Eagles for me. You like Tampa? Do you like Tampa to win this game?
Yeah, I'll call for the upset at home.
Okay, good. We need to split more. The Bills are going to destroy the Saints. I don't know why the spread is coming down from 16.5 to 14.5. The Bills are going to name whatever number they want to put on the board today. If they want to put up 50, that's what they're going to do. If they want to put up 40, that's what they're going to do. If they want to put up 30 and just let James Cook bludgeon the Saints to death, that's what they're going to do. The Saints showed me nothing in Seattle. Spencer Rattler is going to be running for his life. Dave Dolgrande loves the Spencer Rattler rush yards, which I do as well. I mean, he's going to be in a serious scenario where they're passing a lot, and he's going to have to run with the ball, right? I mean, it's as simple as that. So Spencer Rattler goes onto the quarterback list. I do like the Baker Mayfield call, so we'll stack those 2 guys together. But to me, this is a whitewash, and I'm just going to hope the Bills try to name their score in this game. Touchdown scorers in this one: Cook is minus 180, Allen minus 145, Kamara plus 140, Coleman plus 220, Kincaid. We've seen a lot more Dalton Kincaid recently. Things I say wrong on week 3 and earlier in the season is, Dawson Knox is playing as much as Kincaid. Well, it was all Kincaid on Monday night, and he was the breadwinner. Dawson Knox did nothing. or whenever they played their last night game, Thursday, right? A couple Thursdays ago is when it was. They've had a lot of rest. That's why I'm thinking they're going to come out and throttle Dave.
Right.
Shakir plus 230, Olave plus 280, Palmer 3-1, Juwan Johnson plus 320. Ray Davis is a great play today in a blowout. Ray Davis 4-1 for an anytime touchdown. I have him on a random player ticket. Guys, I think I have like a Zacchaeus on there.
Right.
Guys who can definitely score today that you're not thinking about, one of the oddball names. And I would not doubt Ray Davis or even a Ty Johnson get a touchdown today, or Buffalo, or both, to be honest. If you wanted to do a one touchdown madness and take two guys from one game, Ray Davis and Ty Johnson at 4-1 and 5-1 would be great plays to throw those guys in there. Because one or the other is going to hit, and there's a chance that they both hit. In garbage time, as Buffalo's planting the Saints 49-23, right?
Right.
Let's see, 2 touchdown scorers in this game. Cook plus 290, Allen plus 370, Kamara plus 950, Coleman 17-1, Shakir 18-1, Kincaid 19-1, Shaheed 39-1, Olave 25-1, Juwan Johnson 30-1, Ty Johnson 60-1, Kendre Miller 80-1, Ray Davis 40-1, the Buffalo defense 55-1. Spencer Rattler is at 100 to 1. Dawson Knox 100-1. I mean, that's someone you could put in 2 touchdown madness. You know what? Because he would get some garbage time for sure. But you know what? I think we're going to let you pick this 2 touchdown madness guy, Dave. Let's get that in a second after your thoughts on the game. But passing wise, real quick, baseline for Allen's just 220.5. I think that goes over. Rattler is 203.5. Allen, I think you can get bold. I really, really do. I have a quarterback passing touchdown round robin parlay ticket, and I took Allen for 4 touchdown passes plus 750. Why not?
Right.
If they're going to light it up, Allen's going to do a good part of that. And you know what? His bloody nose might hold him back from running just a little bit. Now he's had time to heal. That's been a couple of weeks. Spencer Rattler, let's see. 2 touchdowns for him today is at plus 220. Let's throw Rattler on the interception list, Dave.
All right.
That's another list that we do separate from everything else. We'll put together a quarterback interception list. Spencer Rattler is quite capable of doing that this afternoon. I think we all agree on that.
Absolutely.
And get greedy with Allen. Whether it's rushing or his passing, do something big on Josh Allen in this game. It's the Saints. Did you see what Seattle did to the Saints last week? And now they come all the way back across the country to Buffalo. I don't get why this spread's moving down. What do you got, Dave?
Steve, I kind of have to agree with you here. I mean, what else can we really say? I mean, this is anything you want to do with Buffalo here. 14 and I mean, they should win this by probably 3 scores. I like the Rattler angle. I'll go ahead and jump on that as well. I was going to do Allen. We'll have to move that number up. I did take Josh Allen for 2. I believe he's in my 2 touchdown ticket. I could definitely see that in the red zone, maybe a 20-yard scamper there. But I like Allen today, Steve. And if we're going to go, let's go for 2. Because like I said, I don't think I need to spend a whole bunch of time covering mostly of what you just said. Again, I mean, it's anything you want to do for Buffalo, pick your guy. But let's go Dalton Kincaid, since he was the man. You just touched on him. I have 18-1 for 2 touchdowns. You may have a little bit better.
I see 19-1. Close.
Yeah, so we're close in that regard. So I think you go ahead and put him in for 2.
Okay, would you rather do Josh Allen as a super ringer for 2 touchdown madness, or do you want to put Kincaid in there?
We can go Allen for the ringer, since I kind of had that thought anyway.
Okay.
So yeah, go ahead, throw him in for the ringer.
Because now
That's
if you
about
go-
as ringer as it gets, really.
it's about as ringer as it gets, and it's not the worst one. If you're going to go to war with anyone, it might as well be Josh
No,
Allen.
I couldn't agree
Okay.
more.
So now we got some rushing interest with him. All right, let's see here. Radler for rushing yards today is at plus 320. Let's see, receiving props. James Cook is pretty low at 13.5. Dawson Knox still is at 11.5. If you want to look at some low-hanging fruit there. Knox for 30 yards is plus 360. Really, all it takes is 2 catches. After being shut out Thursday, I mean, you got to think even in garbage time a little bit, he's going to have more opportunity. So I think Knox is back live on some really low-hanging receiver numbers. So I'll go ahead and jot him down again. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But in garbage time in the second half, you might not see as much Kincaid.
Right.
If this is the indeed a whitewash. Okay. So 1 o'clock Eastern there. Next game. Can this be a whitewash? I mean, our Lions are back. They've been fantastic. We said, don't worry, week 1. They're going to come out and torment the Bears, torment the Ravens, and they beat them both. They're definitely the better team. Again, they whitewashed the Bears. And then that was my lock of the week, I think, that week, right? Maybe it wasn't, but they were a close number 2 if it wasn't. The Super Steve $1,000 bet of the week, which is 3-0, Dave. How about that?
Yeah, yep.
Winners last week with the Chargers minus 2.5. Minus 2.5. And I said it. If I delay a field goal and win, that's it. The even 3 and win, then that's what I'll take. And that's what happened. So let's see. Half points do count, people. But I think we said that was gonna be a Charger. That just felt like a Charger 3-point win. But the Lions, I see 9.5. I think Dave might have higher. 44.5 to total here. I don't care, man.
Yeah.
I don't care how good your defense is, Cleveland. I don't think you stop the Lions. I just don't. Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. Del Grande doesn't want any part of it for the Cleveland's sake. But it's Cleveland at the end of the day, people. This is a regional little rivalry too. Campbell's going to go for it. You could Joe Flacco and what he has, or Jared Goff and what he has. Give me all that. Now, a little bit of concern for the blocking in that Monday night game against the Ravens, because it seemed like the Ravens were kind of getting through a little bit. And obviously you don't want to let guys like Myles Garrett and his buddies run through the line either. I'm a little bit concerned in that regard, but I think the Lions name their score. So whatever you want to do. You want to do Gibbs for 2. I think that's I think that's a better option than Montgomery. That is at, let's see here.
I have 285.
I see plus 290. Montgomery is plus 550. St. Brown 7-1. Kinshawn Junkins, popular little Brown there, 11-1. Jamison Williams 19-1 is a good number for him. Laporta's 20-1. Judy 27-1. Tillman 33-1. And Njoku 35-1. Let's see. Isaac. I want to say Tesla. Remember we were talking about him?
Old Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla. 125-1 for 2 touchdowns. That's probably more of a 1 touchdown kind of game for these guys. If anyone, Gibbs, I feel like is a lock on that at plus 285, plus 290, whatever it is. Let's see. Jamison Williams for plus 220. Or Laporta at plus 210. Those are good numbers.
Absolutely.
You got to throw those guys on an anytime touchdown ticket with, the Keenan Allens of the world and stuff like that. 5 guys to get a touchdown. Jerry Judy, Tillman plus 310, and Njoku plus 330. All right, so some good numbers to be had with the Lions still against a fierce Browns defense. I think this is one-way traffic. I don't know if the Lions can necessarily name their score, but I don't doubt they score upwards of 40 points either in this game. What do you got, Dave?
Yeah, Steve. So, all right, kudos to the Browns, right, in that game against the Packers. You know, a really nice win for them, maybe even a signature win on the season. But look, at the end of the day, I think the Detroit offense is a little bit better than the Packer offense. So now they're dealing with a little bit different animal here with all these guys in Gibbs, Montgomery, St. Brown, Laporta, Williams. I mean, those are just the top guys here on the touchdown scoring board. Any number of those guys could get in today. So, Steve.
Crazy developments in this game.
Was that a lineman?
Rodgers just ran for 14 yards. Then someone say he's 10-1 for.
That was me this morning.
For how many yards?
15.
He's close, but he fumbled the ball and the lineman recovered it.
Oh, okay.
So
okay.
let's take a look at this. He's at the 32. Did you bet it?
No, I was going to, but I was like, when's the last time he's ever
was
done
it
that?
the 28 or the 32?
Now he still gets his yards for that, right?
Yeah, but where does he
Oh
go?
my God. Of
Oh,
course.
he lost it well before. So he's not going to quite have that rushing.
That might be
total.
half of them, though.
Oh, that's close. Oh, this.
Wow.
He's within 3 or 4 yards.
See, they put it on a tee for you, and then you're like, nah, I don't like that.
All right, what else here, Dave?
So Steve, it's really anything for the Lions. I think I have Gibbs for 2. Montgomery's on my fantasy. So the Lions, I think, while the Browns may put up a good fight, at the end of the day, you know, maybe a 2-score game for the Lions. Just kind of pick your poison with these guys.
I'm going to just look for team points overall. I don't know how they're going to get there one way or another. I will throw Jameson Williams or Laporta on a ticket or two. As far as the team points go, just when in doubt and you think the team can do it, you just can't pin it. Take your team points, guys. I mean, because your team points can't get hurt and out of the game either, like a player can, right? Makes sense in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing the team can do is still keep you alive no matter what. So Detroit's alternate total today, let's just say 31 points is gets you home. Plus 146 for that. And you know what? If they get to 35 or more, they get 3-1. If they get to 38 plus 470, if they break 40.5 plus 750. So those are good payouts for a Lions team that's quite capable. I don't care whose defense they play of scoring points. Okay. Anything else there, David?
Negative.
Put it this way, the Browns probably slow them down, right, a little bit.
Yeah.
And they don't get extreme. But with the payout, do you want to be sitting on the sideline when they blow out the Browns? You're like, why did I just bet against the stupid Browns? Right?
I mean, what if it's 28-10, Steve? I mean,
minus 7.5 and 38.5 for the game in Houston with the Texans and the Titans. Dave, what are your first thoughts on this game?
all right, Steve. So I know it hasn't been pretty for the Texans. All right. It just hasn't been. But you get a spot here to really try and get things right. You got Tennessee coming in. As bad as things have been for you, well, they've been just that bad for Tennessee as well. Houston has the better team. We know that. They have the better weapons. We know that. Steve, again, I can't even say it enough, really. If the Texans drop this one, I mean, go ahead and pack it in. You're done at this point. You should not lose this game at home to Tennessee. I'm very adamant about that. It's Nick Chubb for 2 at 11-1. I think that could be fantastic. Nico Collins plus 120. So you're getting plus numbers on any of these guys to score. I love that. That's fair game. Sign me up all day long for that. At the end of the day, Steve, I know you'll go through all the numbers and whatnot, but this just has to be a Houston Texans win. And I did take them in one of my survivor pools that I have going on. I think I have 4 of them still alive. So I'm gonna put a little bit of trust in Houston one more time. So they are one of my survivors. Steve, give me Chubb for 2. I love that 11-1 for him. Nico Collins anytime, that's gonna find its way on a ticket, that's for sure. Houston should be able to rout Tennessee here at home. Give me the Texans by 2 scores.
The Jewish Nightmare sends us a text. He sent us a game-winning ticket of Aaron Rodgers for 5 alternate rushing yards at plus 360 for 5 more yards. He put down $50 to win 230, and he capped that with a DK Metcalf anytime touchdown straight up ticket.
All right,
$100 to win 165.
Very nice.
The payback's 265, but your profit is 165.
Right.
And did Aaron Rodgers just get tossed again? I think he did. Yep. 3rd and 15. We haven't updated you in a minute, except for that crazy run. Probably going to be a field goal attempt, unless they make some magic happen on 3rd and long here for Pittsburgh. So we'll see if they can add some points to the board. To me, Dave, I guess this is, you know what? This is about as good of a chance as Houston has to have a get-right game as there is.
Has to be.
So can they get it right? Nico's plus 110, Pollard plus 125, Chubb plus 130, all for a touchdown. Woody Marks, someone has to step up for the Texans today, Dave. And I put, is that some Calvin Austin the third? It looks like that.
Gainwell.
Oh, Gainwell. Yeah. Woody Marks is a guy I'm going to take a shot on, not knowing much about, for a chance to get some yards at a really, really nice price. I have him on one of those lowbrow tickets of random wide receivers. Just ask yourself, who can produce for Houston today? It needs to come from somewhere. Well, maybe a guy like Woody Marks gets involved today, right?
Yep.
Dalton Schultz plus 280, Christian Kirk plus 330, Ridley plus 330. Alec Manor has had a nice season. We've mentioned his name a few times. He's plus 450. So why not maybe him? He's had a good little season here. He's the kind of player we need to pay attention to a little bit more. Hope he cools off for a week or two and maybe jump on him at better numbers. In fact, maybe I'll just slot him into that.
And why is Cam Ward not running the ball more, Steve?
Why is Cam Ward not right? We don't have the answer to that question. That's one of the greatest unknown mysteries of the universe, to be honest. CJ Stroud will run the ball for you a little bit. He's 6-1. Jaden Higgins is another guy you're kind of wondering will step up out of nowhere. He's a speedster, 6-1 for him. The Woody Marks guy is interesting. Houston defense 7-1, and I got it. Stingley 50-1 for an anytime touchdown. Let's go today. Cam Ward throws an interception to him. So those are all tickets in pocket right now. As far as rushing quarterbacks go, Stroud is just at 14.5. Cam Ward 9.5. Honestly, if you wanted to try them both out today, I don't see the bother in that. You get plus 390 for Stroud for 30 yards. And I'm not sure why Cam Ward doesn't have a 30 offering. It goes from, on mine, 5, 10, 15, 20, and then all the way up to 40. But 20 yards for Cam Ward's is at 3-1. 40 yards for Cam Ward's at 14-1. So that might actually be the one I would take a shot at. Looking for a cheap payout.
I'm going to go with 15 today, Steve. We're going to try it one more time.
Well, baby steps with him, right?
Yeah.
38.5 is the total here, which I feel like is falling now. Is that right? I feel like that spread is no. I think it was up to 38.5 anyway.
I got 39.5.
Okay, yeah, interesting. So A.O. Manor, but yeah, again, pay attention to him. Maybe we should throw him on 2 touchdown madness. Because now we're starting to get a little crazy. We need some bigger odds. In fact, we missed a Lion.
How about Jameson?
I liked it. slide it into Laporta, but Jameson makes sense as well. Here's the other thought. So since you said it, we'll go with Jameson Williams.
All right.
Hopefully now it won't be Laporta.
Right. We'll be sitting there, and it'll be Laporta.
So our 2 touchdown madness ticket. Now, I'm looking for longer shots at this point to really make this ticket pop off. Otherwise, it's just a regular payout, which is fine. That's not the point of 2 touchdown madness.
No, it's
at
not.
the end of the day. But we need someone obscure. Yeah, let's do it. Alec Ayo Manor, 55-1. That juices things up a little bit. And he's been scoring and catching.
Right.
So we'll give him a shot here. God knows they need it, this youth movement. And the field goal
Boswell
is blocked.
Come on, man. Wentz is having a tough day, though.
14-3 after the blocked field goal. Vikings now with the ball at their own 8-yard line. Minute 38 until halftime. Wow. You could probably take Houston on Survivor if you wanted to. There's a pass that helps nobody out of the backfield, right? Scott?
No, nope.
Let's see. I really don't have much on this, Dave. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if Houston blows them out, to be honest.
Yeah, you don't want to get overly invested in this one, Steve. I really don't think we do.
Again, that's maybe why you need to. And again, if you can't pinpoint the angle, go to team points. Go to team points. And if you want to, you're going to get a good number on Houston scoring today. And eventually they're going to score and their offense is going to wake up a little bit. I get it. The line's bad. I get it. But at some point, and maybe against Tennessee, who's not that good, they've shown some signs on defense. But maybe at some point, Houston wakes up. It would have to be here. Over 30.5 to get the 31 points today is at plus 320. All right, you get 2-1 to get to 28. I could see the scenario where Houston gets in the high 20s, low 30s. That's all I'm going to say.
28-13.
There you go. There's your correct score. All right, next game on the board is easy to me. It's the Chargers at the Giants. It's 43.5 and it's 6.5. And you have to have a rite of passage as a rookie quarterback. Even the Jaden Daniels of the world in their first game don't look so hot before they turn it on after a couple of games. And here's a chance for Jackson Dart, Jackson with an X. All right. Dart to, try to show the home faithful of MetLife Stadium that he can throw the ball all over the field against Jim Harbaugh and his Chargers vaunted defense. And, yes, Justin Herbert's the quarterback on the other side. Did we mention that as well? And he's on fire. The Chargers are arguably the best team in the NFL right now. I don't see how the Giants actually compete in this game, Dave.
No.
And I think better days are ahead for Mr. Dart. But again, this has Del Grande thinks it. I think it Survivor worthy. I said 34-14. So I need to put that correct score in and play that again. Team points for the Chargers. I have plenty of those. I have Keenan Allen in a ticket. I said, fool me once, shame on me, week 1 with Keenan Allen. Fool me twice, shame on me, week 2 with Keenan Allen. And I jumped on board week 3, and it paid off. Plus 170 for a touchdown today. Neighbors plus 175. Quentin Johnston plus 180. Scatterbo is even money. Omarion Hampton, Del Grande loves him for 2. I got him on a ticket, minus 125. McConkey, how about this? McConkey's not your favorite. It's Keenan Allen. Oh, as far as receivers to score, right?
Yep.
2-1. Dart's plus 330. Dart with 1,500 yards rushing in college, people. Herbert plus 360. Herbert's been leading the way of quarterback rushers. Oronde Gadsden. We have an Oronde Gadsden sighting plus 380. I have not said his name in forever. I don't even know where he's come from, to be honest. Wandell Robinson plus 430. Darius Slayton 5-1. Theo Johnson plus 650. 2 touchdowns today in this game. Marion Hampton is meager 5-1, but I have him. Scatterbo. The Vikings are trying to score before halftime.
They're trying.
They're doing a very good job of moving the ball down the field with that guy. Scott, I saw, who had another long play. Scatterbo 7-1. Keenan Allen 13-1. Quentin Johnston 14-1. Neighbors 15-1. McConkey 17-1. Gadsden 50-1. Herbert 40-1. Jackson Dart 35-1. Wandale Robinson 55-1. Slayton 70-1. The Charger defense is at 80-1. Tyler Conklin all the way down to 125-1. I think we throw in some Tyler Conklin, to be honest. This is his hometown, MetLife Stadium. This is his homecoming for him.
Yeah, throw it in there.
Why not? Let's take a random shot here because this is going to pay out big time on our Touchdown Madness ticket. Tyler Conklin, the tight end for the Chargers, who's been very, very quiet. And in a game where we have a lot of points, I would not doubt that at all. The Charger defense is tempting for 2, to be honest. But let's throw Conklin on there at 125-1 odds. And he now makes this ticket pay crazily. So we have, so far in Touchdown Madness, Emeka Egbuka, A.J. Brown, Josh Allen, Jameson Williams, Alec Ayomanor, and Tyler Conklin. Dave, your thoughts on this game?
Yeah, Steve, give me whatever you want for the Chargers. I like them to win by 2 scores. I would definitely move the spread. Maybe a good competition at QB today, but I think that Justin Herbert has the edge. Jackson Dart, I do believe, will be a good quarterback, but a really tough test for him today against a great Chargers team at the moment. So, Steve, I like Keenan Allen today, plus 185 anytime touchdown. Go ahead and cue that up. I have him in there for 2 as well on a ticket. So I think that's the focal point for me today. Herbert to Allen has been a solid connection. So why stop now? So give me Keenan Allen, Steve, and give me the Chargers by 2 scores. You could go. I would go. Well, let's see what that is real quick. If the number I'm thinking. So plus 185, Chargers minus 12.5. Sign me up for that all day long. I might do a little same game. Chargers minus 12.5. Keenan Allen for a touchdown and Herbert for 2 passing. We might fire that in, Steve.
Oh, nice. The passing props for Herbert are 252.5 for his baseline, 192.5 for Dart. Herbert over 1.5 is minus 130. I think you can play that on your over 1.5 quarterback ticket. Dart is at plus 230. 3 touchdowns. As the Vikings, again, craziness in this game, between the 20s anyway. And the Vikings settle for a field goal late, in which Carson Wentz almost threw he almost did what Carson Wentz does best. And that's just throw a lob 50-50 ball into the back corner of the end zone, which was almost intercepted. But 14-6 is now the score as we will certainly go to halftime, I would think. Kickoff and 1 kneel down, I'm sure all it will be. 3 touchdowns for Herbert is at plus 280. And I told you, if you want to get greedy with Allen on some touchdown passes, the same ticket has greediness for Herbert at plus 920. It actually has greediness for Goff too, 4 touchdowns. So Goff, Herbert, and Allen all for 4 touchdowns. I got a couple other players for 3. Is it going to happen? Nah. If it's ever going to happen, is this the kind of day that's going to happen? Yes. Because of the competition that each of these teams are facing. And if these teams do light it up, then I want to be a piece of that in every way. Quarterbacks, scores, whatever the case may be. I think go ahead and throw Jackson Dart on our interception list, David.
All right.
And then for our 2-touchdown madness, we have in Conklin plugged in for that. Okay, next game on the board. So we both agree with that. We'll go back-to-back State of the Unions. First game is a banged-up Commanders team, now catching 2.5 in Atlanta, 43.5 against the Falcons team, who lost 30-0 last game to the Carolina Panthers. Washington bumped the Raiders at home. David, your Commanders, the State of the Union of your team and their injuries and the fan base and their faith as it sits at the moment.
All right, Steve, things definitely not ideal on the injury front. You would like to be a little bit more healthy to start this season out. So hopefully that means we can get these guys back later in the year when it's time to make the run. But Steve, the State of the Union is still good. You need to win this game today. You need to be 3-1 playing the Chargers next week. All right, that's going to be on the West Coast. That's going to be a big deal to be 3-1 going into that. So, Steve, with that being said, for me anyway, I'm okay. Mariota, he can lead the charge for another game. I would imagine that Jaden Daniels with another week of rest is going to be back for the Charger game. Atlanta embarrassed last time out. You figure they're going to be hungry. But again, I'm not so sure that Washington can't go in there and take care of business, I should say. And you're going to get some really great numbers here, Steve, on these wide receivers. We talked a little bit about that this morning. So we'll take a look at that. But as far as State of the Union, Steve, I mean, the offense can still move the ball. Best third down defense, or one of the best in the league. So they're getting off the field when they need to. Everything's okay, Steve. I think it's all right. Again, this is
Is that a song, David?
yeah. I think it's going to be okay. But again, big game today. You need to be 3-1. Can't stress that enough. Let's go in there, take it to the Falcons, who got embarrassed by what we would think would be an inferior opponent in the Panthers. But, crazier things have happened. There it is. Falcons get destroyed. So we'll see what they bring today, Steve. But the State of the Union is just fine. Mariota can lead us to another win. He's like a light version of Jaden Daniels. You have the Coors Banquet beer in Jaden Daniels. And then you have some Coors Light here with Marcus Mariota. Both very good beverages, both good quarterbacks. So I think we are good, Steve.
Oh, man, I miss our sound effects. Maybe we need to be funnier, Dave.
Right?
Maybe we need to be funnier. Let's see here. Interesting game. I think the Commanders probably win this game, to be honest. Like you said, don't sleep on the youth of wide receiver. We're getting a couple of 1.5 points here. I don't trust Atlanta. I think the better coaching staff's out of Washington. In fact, this is the game last year where I think you were kind of nervous. I said, don't sweat this game, dude. You're going to kill Atlanta, right?
Right.
And sure enough, that was the case, right?
It was.
Okay. So that being said, give me Washington here. Better plays on the board is what I'm going to say at the end of the day. The Mariota rushing yards is something I'll get invested with. He's at 34.5. Oof. The secret's out on him, right?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
The big payouts aren't until a lot. I can't take a running back here. I'll put some faith in Debo. 7.5. Give me over on the rushing yards on that. Debo for receiving is at 54.5. Give me the over on that. Passing prop wise, baseline 216.5 for Penix. Mariota 201.5. I think Mariota probably goes over that actually today. The value might be in the Mariota passing today, to be honest, in a weird way. Like you said, maybe get some of these younger receivers involved. 3 touchdowns for Mariota is at plus 630, Dave. I mean, that doesn't interest you in the
Yeah,
slightest?
absolutely. Absolutely.
So Mariota for 3 touchdown passes. You can throw him on the over 1.5 list as well. Yeah, do I have that? Yeah, do I have that going somewhere? Let's see. If we have over 1.5 touchdowns, let's say like Hurts, Mariota, Herbert. I mean, that's going to be a nice plus money ticket at the end of the day. You get plus 154 from Mariota. So anytime you get over 1.5 touchdowns plus money, that thing's going to compound very, very quickly. 2 touchdowns today. Actually, let's look. Yeah, we did receiving props. Who would be a low hanger, like you said?
How about McCaffrey?
Jalen Lane, 21.5. Luke McCaffrey, 21.5. So you're getting all good alternate numbers on those guys. 50 yards for McCaffrey is plus 480. Jalen Lane, alternate receiving yards. 50 yards is at plus 440. I mean, can you just take both of those guys?
Yeah, I mean,
them together?
they're going to get the opportunity, Steve. I mean, obviously with Scary Terry and Noah Brown out, I mean, that leaves you Debo and who else? You got to have other receivers out there. Why not those two?
Yeah, so they could yak it up today, both of those guys, and get you to those numbers. So I'll be interested in that. Yeah, Jalen Lane and McCaffrey. That's a good one, Dave. That could be one we could tell everyone. That's what we do, guys. We bring out these unique angles. No one's giving you a McCaffrey prop out there today in this broadcast business. I'm telling you that right now.
Nope.
Right?
But it's there, Steve. I mean, all opportunity is there.
All opportunity is there, Dave. I love it. I think that Washington wins this game. If you want to do Washington on an alt line, we haven't talked any alt lines yet. So, and I think the defense for Washington is a little bit better than average, that Dave Delgrandy called them. I'm going to give the Redskins more credit for being better at defense. Is that fair, Dave?
Absolutely.
Alt line minus 12.5 for the Commanders is at plus 350. So I could see it. I could see it all day. Okay. New England and Carolina, as we are just at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are at halftime of the Pittsburgh, Minnesota game, 14-6 in favor of the Steelers. Top of the hour here in our Deep End Broadcasting studios. This is the Round Robin. I am Stephen Murray, nephew Dave alongside, and we are in the midst of our 1 o'clock breakdowns. In fact, this is the last 1 o'clock game. So we're moving along good here, Dave.
Absolutely.
All right, perfect. Yeah, I got a page full of new bets as well. Guys, do your bets early in the week. Do one on Friday. Maybe it's a little bit sitting around on Saturday, and then let it rip on Sunday one last time. That's kind of the way it needs to happen. And you'll have yourself fully covered and find a winner that pays for everything if you kind of play around the way we do here on the show. Let's see here. State of the Union of the Patriots, minus 5.5, 43.5. I mean, what can I say? No one likes a turnover. I mean, I hope this team learns. And Ramondre Stevenson is a complete repeat offender of the turnover and fumbling. I mean, it has just not gotten better. It's frustrating. I like him, but man, I just can't trust him to carry the ball. I mean, I'm not so sure the ball security is any better with May at times. He's sloppy with it. And you know what? We're still lacking some star power out there at the end of the day. The line's coming around a little bit, and the defense has looked nice. Special teams kicker is a disaster. So we hope that we beat Carolina today, and I think that we do. I think you see the best effort. Now, these are two teams that mirror each other a lot, to be honest. They really do. The progressions that they're both trying to take to get to the next step in the NFL. But I'm not so sure the better team isn't at home today. The Patriots defense is going to be a little bit better than the Panthers. And go ahead and throw Bryce Young on our interception list, Dave. Why not?
Right.
And I'm just going to trust my Pats here. And I think they win, and I think they can actually win by a couple of scores. Back to the glory days of Foxborough. You know why? Because Vrabel, that's what Vrabel knows. And if there's an opportunity to put some points up today, the Patriots are going to try to take full advantage. I mean, they're hungry for an all-out assault on somebody, and it might as well be Carolina. Travion Henderson plus 150 for a touchdown. Throw him on there today. Ramondre Stevenson plus 160. Chuba is plus 135. He's about as go-to as it can get for Carolina. McMillan's plus 185. Henry plus 2-1. Stephon Diggs plus 250. Butte continues to be discounted plus 270. Drake May plus 280. Rico Dowdle 320. Mac Hollins plus 480. Demario Douglas all the way down to plus 650 for him. Wow. Kyle Williams, the rookie, 15-1. And you might see some Efton Chisholm pop his head in there at some point. He was the a standout. And we're looking to get the jump start on the wide receivers. Maybe a guy like Chisholm who plays a lot like a Julian Edelman type of player as he did in training camp. You might actually start to see some guys like him pop into the lineup to give perhaps a dynamic boost to the New England offense. Things need to change a little bit for the better. Let's get rid of the turnovers. And I think that they can beat Carolina today, Dave, by a couple of scores here. Now, if they lose this game and look like crap, then it's going to be the same thing all season. This is their chance at their progression.
Right.
They need to make this step today.
Right.
If we're looking at low-hanging receivers here, and there's going to be plenty of them on New England's side, trust me. Let's see here. Maybe the low-hanging fruit of all fruits. Demario Douglas, Dave, is only at 15.5 receiving yards.
Wow.
Now, I don't know if he's in the doghouse or not. I can't get an alternate number on him right now.
Where do you want it?
What's he for 30?
So I could do 25 or 40.
What's he for 25?
Plus 203.
Plus 203. Okay, nice. I see Travion Henderson on my list. I think he can get 40 today. He's at plus 480 for that. And, why not Butte? Right?
Yeah. I'll get to that.
Plus 230 for 50 yards for him. So, all good numbers to me. Let's see. 2 touchdowns. And I'll go ahead and give you a madness player. Let me ask you this.
All right.
You want McCaffrey or Lane?
Give me Lane.
All right, so we're going to put Jalen Lane on our 2 touchdown madness tickets, and he's paying big time, I'll tell you that. 60-1. And this will be the final one on this ticket for the Patriots, and I'll pick this one. And obviously it's going to be a Patriot. And I might keep it more simple than the full-on long shot, although Travion Henderson, 11-1. I feel like we could almost just do that. Booty's at 27-1. Dave, you love some Booty. So
I do.
Let's just throw him in there. And now our 2 touchdown madness ticket is complete. Okay, pen and paper, people. Here's your 2 touchdown madness round robin for 1 o'clock. It's Emeka Egbuka from Tampa Bay. Emeka Egbuka. It's A.J. Brown of the Eagles. 2 semi-ringers. We have a full ringer with Josh Allen in the Buffalo game. We have Jameson Williams for Detroit at 19-1 odds. We have Alec Ayomanor at 55-1. We have Tyler Conklin at 125-1. We have Jalen Lane at 60-1. And Kayshon Boutte at 27-1. That's 8 players in the round robin, and we will do that each for, let's see, will they let us do a 5? We can't do a 5. We can only do the 4s. Is Conklin killing us on this? Let's see. Okay, what's 50 into $212,000? Is that a lot of money? That's for 3 of these guys.
Interesting.
So about 40 grand if 383 of these hit. Well, obviously it was Allen, AJ Brown, and Jameson Williams. The payout is less.
Right,
But
right.
if someone like a Conklin can sneak in there, that's really going to boost things up. 82 would be a couple $100 on the average. And then let's just see if we can boost this a little bit more. Okay, $10.05 to win $260,000. And it's about 45 grand on the average if we can get 3 of them. One, like a longer shot,
Right.
medium shot, and a short shot all together. And $200 if we get 2 of them.
That's not, I mean, still, that's not the worst.
Not the worst. Okay. So 2 touchdown madness is locked in and loaded. Okay.
All right.
And that's it for the 1 o'clock games. Any final thoughts on that Dave? Carolina, New England?
No, I like you guys in this game today. I took a little bit of a shot here. You talked about the Boutte, averaging 49 per game right now. I took him for 80 and a score, Steve. He's 10-1 for 80 yards. Why not a big day for him? So I'm going to take a little bit of a stab there. But overall, I think I like you guys to take care of business with a nice win at home versus the Panthers.
All right, the Colts and the Rams -3.5, 49.5 seems high to me. There's plenty of talent to go around. I mean, if you want to have a same game parlay fun with this, you can. I'm just worried about maybe extra more field goals and touchdowns or something like that. Something weird in my gut just says that the Rams win this game, and it's not as fun as it sounds like it would be.
Right.
I don't know how else to say it. 28-13, 28-16, something like the score is not that close, maybe. So I think better fish to fry at the end of the day for me. I'll go through the numbers in a second. What do you like here?
Steve, I would have to agree with you. With Jaden being hurt, I've got Daniel Jones as my fantasy quarterback right now, which hasn't been the worst thing, but now he gets a tough test here with the LA Rams defense. So maybe, a little bit of a clunker, like you're saying. If I'm taking away anything from this, give me Puka Nacua. He's anytime +105 and +650 for 2. So naturally, I'd be drawn to that. He gets so much attention there in that offense. It's kind of hard to pull away from him. And Devontae Adams has been rolling along pretty nicely there as well. +130 for him, 9-1 for 2. I think you could go with any of that here today in this offense, knowing that those are the main guys.
All right, touchdown scores today in this game. Taylor's -194. Wow. Kyron Williams is at -154. Puka +112. Devontae +126. So he'll play. Daniel Jones +168. I mean, Dave, it's just one of those. The psyche of the Rams worries me after last week.
Right.
And then it's the Colts playing a real opponent, So it's still unknown things to me overall. And I just want to approach this with caution. I don't want to get too crazy.
Yeah.
And we'll come up with a 2-touchdown score for a 4 p.m. Madness ticket. Daniel Jones +186. Tyler Warren +250. Pittman +260. Blake Corum +220. Downs +390. 2 touchdowns in this game. Jonathan Taylor +270. Kyron +290. Puka 7-1. Devontae Adams 8-1. Daniel Jones is at 14-1. Ty Warren 20-1. Michael Pittman 22-1. Downs 40-1. Higbee's 50-1. Adonai Mitchell 55-1. Whittington 75-1. Let's throw Higbee in there 50-1 for a 4:00 ticket.
All right.
The baseline passing numbers for these guys. Let's see. Daniel Jones plus 680 for 3 touchdowns. Stafford for 3 touchdowns is at plus 225, plus 750 for 4. Again, over-under just seems high to me. Yeah, you're getting big numbers everywhere, Dave. Maybe just take a chance with a bunch of unders in this game.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Maybe you hit it home. Just on an oddball type of play. I don't want to get sick to my stomach losing money on the Colts and the Rams because I put a bunch of money on it and nothing happened, you know?
Right. Right.
So that's just the way I look at things here. That being said, the Rams probably win. You know, I won't even be shocked if they didn't cover the spread. We'll throw Higbee on the 50-1 2-touchdown ticket, and I'm good with that. All right, anything else from you there?
Yeah, nope, that works.
If you're diehard wanting the same game parlay, that guys, by all means, take those receivers and take 4 of the receivers. They're good on both sides, and take them all for over 60 or something. All right, that's the strategy I'll give you. You pick the play. You pick the players.
That's right.
Jacksonville and the 49ers, 4 p.m. Eastern, 4:05 Eastern, minus 3.5 for San Fran, 46.5. Dave Delgrande says that his 49ers are a mirage. They're not a 3-0 team. Jacksonville, we expected them to be the darlings of the AFC South, and it's not them, it's the Colts. They still look like the same Jacksonville team in some regard as they were last year, to be honest, but maybe even worse because Brian Thomas can't even catch the ball now. So, again, I don't know. 2 teams I don't trust. Man, better plays on the board. It's an interesting game. I want to watch it. But I'm going to have to live bet these 2 games to get a better feel for them. Can McCaffrey score a touchdown? Sure. I mean, do you need me to tell you that, to be honest? Minus 200 for that. Plus 142 for ETN. Plus 164 for Brian Thomas Jr. Pearsall and Jennings, they're the big question mark. But they're listed right now, plus 230, plus 250. My man DeMarcus Robinson comes back. Travis Hunter plus 285. Will he ever score, Travis Hunter? You don't even hear his name, do you?
Nope.
Have you heard Travis Hunter's
not
name
much anyway
since the preseason?
Not much.
Bayshul Tootin, the Virginia Tech running back, has been finding the end zone. He's 3-1. Brenton Strange, nothing from him. Parker Washington, we've heard nothing from him. Jake Tungus is at 4-1. Brock Purdy is at plus 520. Let's go ahead and throw Purdy on the rusher list. And I don't think we need any interception, guys.
No.
Review the 1 o'clock list, Dave, and here in a second when I finish. Give me a couple of other 1 p.m. nominees we have not talked about, maybe, because I know we kind of skipped that a little bit. But Purdy for his baseline rushing is 11.5. How do you not take that?
Wow,
over?
Yeah.
Purdy for 30 yards rushing today is at plus, 25 yards is at plus 350. So I like that. Take some Purdy rushing yards in this game today against the Jaguars. And, you got me. Is this going to be 24-20 or is it going to be 31-30? I mean, or higher or lower? I mean, 24-20 sounds about right to me, Dave.
Yeah, I could see that.
Like 49ers winning. So, better plays on the board, as they say. Your thoughts?
Yeah, Steve, I would have to agree with you. Looking over this one a little bit last night, boy, I don't know, Steve. It's just you got that feel that you're just not really sure. Should the 49ers win? Probably. Will they? I don't know, Steve. This is a game that when I looked at it, I didn't really see a whole lot. I like your angle with the Brock Purdy rushing yards. Other than that, like you said, Brian Thomas has really been letting things down on that front for us. You got Ricky Pearsall plus 190, 14-1 for 2. I just don't know, man. There's a lot of uncertainties here. Again, I think, like you said, there's some better plays on the board. This is a game that I won't get heavily invested in just for the fact that I'm just not so sure about these two and what can go on here in this game. So give me some better plays, Steve. Not much in here for me.
I'll throw in on 2 touchdown madness. Let me do the passing props real quick first. 244.5 baseline Purdy, 231.5 Lawrence. Purdy over 1.5 is that flat money. Lawrence is at plus 116 for over 1.5. So I'd say that's not the worst, but man, I don't trust that guy
Right.
for anything. You know what, Dave? It's the return and revenge of Demarcus Robinson, my man, who I've won a fortune on in previous seasons. We have him listed at 80-1 for late touchdown madness. Him and Higbee alone, $1 pit wins 4,000 for Higbee and Demarcus Robinson for 2 touchdowns. So let's throw Demarcus Robinson on this 4 p.m. ticket at a long shot 80-1, and give me the Niners to barely squeak it out over the Jags.
That sounds about right.
Money line and not the spread. Marquee game. Ravens and Kansas City Chiefs. Ravens minus 2.5, 48.5. I'll just say it pure and simple. Every Ravens game is an over game, so you might as well just bet the over in this one. Where it seems too high with the Colts and the Rams, this doesn't seem too high.
No.
This seems fine. So give me the over 48.5, Dave, in this game. I'll get into all the numbers in a second. But what do you like here?
I like the Ravens in this spot, Steve. I think I would even move the spread a little bit. Kansas City has it's been a struggle for them, and they haven't looked very good doing it at times. So I really like the Ravens here. Give Derrick Henry, he's had some fumble issues early here, but I don't think it's too much of a concern here. Zay Flowers is kind of he's working his way off my radar, Steve. If he would have had a touchdown, we would have had a winner. And it seems to be that way. They use him to get there, and then he never gets in. It's always somebody else that you don't see coming. So I'm going to probably lay off of him a little bit. Mark Andrews plus 205. I love that. Have him in fantasy. So definitely somebody I would look at there. And Rashad Bateman at plus 275. I think that's a great play as well. Again, I mentioned that here goes Zay Flowers. He gets, 60 yards of usage getting down the field. Who catches the 17-yard strike in the end zone? It's Rashad Bateman. Quite a bit. So I would go with him plus 275 anytime. 25-1 for 2. Maybe lay off of that a little bit, but definitely give me 275 for Bateman, and give me the Ravens minus 5.5 on the spread, Steve.
All right. A little alternate numbers there. I told Dave Grandy I think they'll win by 10, and we cover 5.5 with that. Mark Andrews 34.5 is going to be too low for me. Give me the over on that. Worthy's 46.5. Kelsey's 40.5. Zay Flowers 63.5. Hollywood Brown 38.5. Bateman 34.5. Isaiah Likely is back 20.5. But I'm still going to lean on Andrews in this game, Dave.
Yeah.
In fact, both of those guys could score. Tyquan Thornton 23.5 is too low for me. He gets over that today as well. So I'm going to go Andrews. And at least I have a couple of plays in this game rather than the other games, which are way trickier. Thornton, let's see. I think he can get 50 yards.
I do like him for the Chiefs, Steve, as well.
Yeah, 50 yards for him is 310. Andrews today for 60 yards is at plus 310. parlay those two guys together. In fact, what we'll do for 2 touchdown madness is we'll throw in Andrews and we'll throw in Noah Gray at 80-1. This is going to be a beefy ticket.
Interesting.
With Higbee, Demarcus Robinson, Mark Andrews, and Noah Gray. All guys who have scored 2 touchdowns in previous appearances. We're priced in on that. Mahomes over 1.5 passing touchdowns is something Del Grande always wants to play. He's at -112. Lamar is at -128 for 3 touchdown passes today. Mahomes is at +320. Lamar is at +290. Interesting that Lamar is a passing favorite over Mahomes, right? What does that say about the state of the teams?
Right. Also, Steve, at the end of the day, one of these teams is going to be 1-3.
Yeah, one of these teams is going to be 1-3. And Dave, you know what? Honestly, as a Patriot fan, shedding 0 tears over either.
Yeah, no, I understand for sure.
2 touchdown madness. I mentioned that Noah Gray and we'll throw in Mark Andrews. Mark Andrews will be about as ringer as it gets, maybe, on this ticket. Okay, I think a fun game though, Dave. Higher score.
Yeah, absolutely.
I green light for a lot of things, to be honest. So maybe take your Derrick Henry receiving yards. We haven't talked much about running backs coming out of the backfield today, just because it's kind of a weird day. Bijan's on that list when we talk about the Washington game. Look at your Bijan receiving yards. He tends to do well there. Bijan could even be the leading receiver in that game. To be honest, that's a bet we hit on before. But player receiving yards today for Henry, Derrick Henry is just at 4.5. His alternate number for 15 yards is at +285. All right, so you're getting a good number on Derrick Henry receive yards today as well. You, me, both agree this is a funner game. Bears and the Raiders, and we both like the Bears as underdogs on the road in Vegas. Catching 1.5, 47.5 is the total here. Give me a Dunze. I mean, give me some Zacharias. Give me some Caleb Williams to have a nice day against a Raider defense who was exposed completely in Washington. Geno Smith can go on to, I don't want to throw. There's the thing. The Bears defense is bad too.
Right.
So Genty is going to have probably his best game as well. You got to take note of that. And then, Geno Smith loves some Trey Tucker, right? We talk about receivers who, like Keenan Allen, Dunze, who've been great. Trey Tucker has been as good as any. Yeah. Trey Tucker has a 3 touchdown game last week, right?
Yeah, he sure did.
DJ Moore's +196 for 1. That's a good price. Myers +170. Bowers +165. Dunze +150. Swift +135. Genty again is the favorite. Burden Luther 6-1 for anytime touchdown for him. 2 touchdown scores in this game. Genty +370. Swift +850. Dunze 10-1. Bowers 11-1. Myers 13-1. DJ Moore 15-1. Trey Tucker 17-1. Cole Kmet 30-1. Caleb Williams 35-1. How about Zacchaeus, Dave? A touchdown madness.
Yeah, throw him in there.
40-1. All right. So give me your thoughts on this. I know you like the Bears as well.
Yeah, Steve. So like I said, it's kind of a ballsy move here. The Bears in both of my bigger pools. I know that these two teams might be similar, but I feel like these numbers should be flopped. It should be the Bears -120 and -1.5, and the Raiders +1.5, +100 on the money line. I mean, isn't the Bears offense probably just a little better than the Raiders offense? Maybe both defenses about the same. They're not very good. They can be exposed, a bit suspect. But you got to love the offensive weapons there for the Bears and what they can do when they get it clicking. So, Steve, give me the Bears. Give me the upset. Give me the money line +100. I would even maybe move the spread to a field goal for the Bears, or maybe even the 5.5 number. We'll have to look at that maybe at halftime of the 1 o'clocks to see what kind of numbers we can get on that. But I like the Bears. You know, Odunze, I was on him last year. I believe I picked him up on a team or two this year in fantasy too. Not ready to give up on him, and for good reason. He's producing now, so good numbers for him. Plus 145 anytime, 950 for 2. So I like him to produce. There's always DJ Moore as well. Cole Kmet. I mean, you look at some of the weapons they have here, and I'm just going to trust them a little bit more than the Raiders, Steve. So give me the Bears in the minor upset, I guess you call it.
All right, I like it. Let's see. Anything else we want to talk about? Bears point total over is one I would be interested in.
That game could definitely go over too.
Yeah, I think it's. I don't think the Raiders have any choice but to try to throw it against the bad. Well, I mean they got Genty, right?
Right.
But so as he moves the ball, there are going to be obvious passing advantages for Geno.
T.J. Watt interception.
A T.J. Watt interception. Wow.
Wentz is garbage.
Wentz is not good. Wentz is not good. If they don't have a quarterback, this team is toast.
Who's even behind him? I would even give him a look right now.
Yeah. Good question. All right. In this game, or in this game with the Bears, 3 touchdown passes for Caleb is at, as I mentioned, I like that, plus 320. So throw that in one of your quarterback tickets.
Who was it?
Caleb Williams, 3 touchdown passes, which he had last week. And you can take him over 1.5 at minus 112 and put him on the 1.5 ticket as well. Genty is 68.5, and Bill Grandy likes that over. Again, remember, if you were listening earlier in the show, there's been a ton of 100-yard receivers and just a handful of 100-yard rushers on the season. Okay, so just kind of keep that in mind when you're trying to bet a bunch of guys for 100 yards rushing. Just know it's not happening much. Maybe this is the week. It does break out, though. Because, we have a couple of those of the opposites. Dawson Knox.
Yeah.
Dude is a superstar to nothing, right? No running backs rushing. I even said that to you in the truck the other day, Dave.
Right.
I did research on that afterwards. I was like, yeah, do we have a lot of 100-yard rushers? This would be the day, people.
Somebody's got to.
I do like Genty on the passing number as well in this game. 12.5. Easy peasy. Get him out of the backfield in the flat. Let's throw him a ball or two. All right, we usually do all the night games together, but we got 3 night games. The Cowboy and Packer game, 6.5, 46.5. Is it too many points? I wish Green Bay wasn't as injured as much. Now, the Green Bay defense, if they embarrass the Dallas offense, then yes, this is an ugly game. Something tells me this is like Green Bay wins this game 20-10 or something weird like that, Dave. Just a dud of a Sunday night game. I love the Packers. Jordan Love is my fantasy quarterback. I mean, their injuries concern me a little bit, but the Dallas defense is just so bad at the same time. I'd tell you what, I'm going to throw Dontavian Wicks on our 2-touchdown madness ticket to round out the 4 o'clock and the late game there. I would just err on the side of Packer players more than anything. Jordan Love, 4-3 touchdowns in this game, is at plus 280. What is Dak? Dak's plus 430. That tells you something, because Dak's quite capable of being a 3-touchdown passer, and he's always lower than 3-1. He's going to be under siege from Mr. Parsons tonight. That's
Oh,
for
yeah.
sure. So we'll see if it's one-way traffic with Green Bay. What do you expect, Dave?
I totally expect that. You can, because also, Steve, there's no CD Lamb tonight.
Yeah. There's no. Oh yeah, the injuries are just ridiculous.
I mean, both sides are pretty banged up. Green Bay coming off that loss, you know they're going to want to get right after this. Maybe the offense for the Cowboys a little bit limited. George Pickens you have, but I don't, not too crazy about that myself. I just think that the weaponry for the Packers is just going to be able to get past it just a little bit more than the Cowboys. So give me the Packers on the road, Steve, but it could be a clunker, like you said.
All right, I agree. I mean, it's a better game if it's a playoff game and everyone's healthy, right?
Oh, absolutely. If the injuries aren't the way they are, and this is a little bit later in the season, maybe. I mean, even if they were just all healthy, this would be fun.
Dallas isn't making the playoffs.
No, absolutely not.
Okay. And tomorrow night, I like the over in the Jets and the Dolphins. I think that's a green light. Do Ollie Gordon the third for 2 touchdowns at 30-1 before that moves. In fact, hasn't moved. Have we made the line move? You'd be amazed on how many lines we come up with, and they either fall off the board or move in the other direction. Because I know people are listening out there. Ollie Gordon the third, still at 30-1 for 2 touchdowns. He's going to get the ball inside the 5, guys. He is. So they just haven't had many opportunities inside the 5 against the Jets' poorest defense. This is their chance. And as Gainwell almost has a.
He's getting ready to go for 2.
Is it going to be DK Metcalf for 2 here in a second?
That would be nice. I need Aaron Rodgers to throw another one.
This might be a quick slant to DK. Let's let him catch his breath.
Check the box. Come on.
But Fields is chaotic, 17-1 for him, 2 touchdowns is impressive too. But I think a full green light in this game, and I'll be reluctant in that Denver game to get too involved. Maybe some Bo Nix rushing yards because we haven't seen him do that. He's bound to scatter and be an effective quarterback at home to try to get the win. They go up the middle again. Gainwell,
and
he gets it. So Pittsburgh extends their lead now with the extra point pending, 20-6 over Minnesota, who looks terrible. Remember I said if this keeps up, Dave, I would live bet Minnesota.
Oh,
right
yeah.
now
Yep.
on the first drive. So never judge it by the first drive. Always wait till the second drive. So your thoughts on the Monday night games?
Yeah, Steve, I think the Jets and the Dolphins has a potential to go over the total. There is some weaponry there on the field. Just kind of the way these two teams have been playing, it doesn't seem like it'd be all that exciting. But I guess it is a divisional game, so it could be pushed to some excitement. I would just take the overs probably, Steve. There's plenty of weapons you could get involved with. I have HN on one of my fantasy teams, so I'll definitely be tuning in to take a peek at things, see what these guys are doing. So maybe plenty of weaponry there to push the total over 45.5 for the Jets and the Dolphins if they can just get things on that right track. And then, boy, the Bengals. I think we all saw it, didn't we? I mean, wow.
Now, look at the Vikings, what they did last week to this week.
Right.
So now do the Bengals come out and put up 50 points?
Well,
wouldn't that be very NFL-esque of them to do that?
It would be. So maybe, spend a couple bucks and play that side of the coin.
Yeah, right.
I had, Jake Browning on my fantasy because of the Jaden Daniels injury. Luckily, that didn't hurt me too bad. As we were able to get a winner and stay undefeated in the one league. So hopefully they can kind of turn things around. I have Chase Brown somewhere mixed in there as well, Jamar Chase. So I need these guys to kind of get going. Hopefully they do against the Denver Broncos. But we'll see, Steve. Something about this game kind of just screams at me it's going to go under the total of 44.5. So maybe that's where I land right now. So what we'll do, Steve, is we'll go with the 7:15 game going over the total, the 8:15 game going under the total.
All right. I like it, Dave. Okay. So that's it. That's our list for week 4. Let's do our best bets right now. I gave a last call to the Ant-Man to see if we're kind of ending early for us a little.
Oh, yeah, this is, yeah.
Usually we're 20 minutes later, but that's fine. We shortened Del Grande a little bit. We got to the meat of the bone on most of these things. What do you have for an interception list, actually? What do we have there?
I think we missed one that I'll mention. We have Rattler, we have Cam Ward, Jackson Dart, Bryce Young, and Steve, I know they don't have one yet, but that just means that they're due. And you talked about the defense maybe being a little bit better than advertised. I mean, couldn't Penix throw an interception today?
Yeah, yep.
So let's go ahead and throw him on there as well.
And I'm going to add one more as well. Let's take a 6-pack. Let's put Flacco on there.
All right, let's do it.
All right, so that's our interceptors for today. Quarterbacks to rush over 40 or, on their alternate numbers. And tell me if you'd add to this list. But I got Purdy, I got Baker, I got Spencer Rattler, I got Stroud. Mariota scares me, so maybe just drop him because he has to get so many. And I got Ward on a last gasp scenario. Anyone we're missing there?
No, Steve. I think you about got that covered.
All right.
I'm going to go with Ward as well. I'm taking it to 15 for almost 2-1 odds. Cam Ward, just run the ball a little bit. Come on, you did it in Miami. Why can't you do it with Tennessee? 15 yards.
Maybe Drake May.
Drake May is always a good one. I feel like the Mayfield and May ticket is always a good one for those two to rush.
Honestly, the Caleb Williams wouldn't be the worst one either.
Right.
But you could if there's a 4:00 ticket for that to be had, add him at 4. Put Jordan Love in there because he's been running a little more. And against the Cowboys, he'll probably run a decent amount. So I think you could have Caleb Williams, Jordan Love, and Purdy all on the ticket by themselves. Maybe Daniel Jones.
All right.
You can put on the 4-way for the late window. My team totals that can exceed the overs today. Maybe round robin a few of these. All right. I'm going to take both Detroit and Buffalo. All right. Teams that can score a lot of points into the 30s, upwards of 40 even. These two would be the highest, obviously. Buffalo and Detroit. I'm going to trust the Chargers in that regard today. I'm going to trust the Bears in that regard today. And I'm going to take a flyer on the Texans and the Pats just to have maybe really, really good games at home and to be able to put up a lot of points. Okay, so that's team alternate totals. If you want to take a Texans and the Patriots, take them to get to 30, right?
Yep.
The Chargers, take them to get to 34, maybe. And then the other guys up to 38 points, 40 points, whatever the case may be. 5 touchdowns in the field goal with all extra points. Good. Lands you right at 38 points. So doable by these guys. Just easy touchdown, Dave. Let's see. Let's go through this list right now.
All right.
Maybe 5 guys at 1:00 that can get 1 touchdown each. And I think if we start with Keenan Allen, because we mentioned him, correct?
Yep.
So let's see here. Keenan Allen. And the other one would be let's see, Keenan Allen for 1. The other one would be scrolling up. Are we getting plus money on Debo for 1?
I think so. Yeah, plus 160 for
Yep,
me.
Yep. So we take Debo. All right, 5 players at 1 o'clock to score a touchdown. We have Debo. We have Keenan Allen. We will throw on to that. Let's throw Henderson on there from the Pats. In the Eagle game, let's go. Now, I know you want Egbuka, right? So I want an Eagle. Is there a happy medium there? Should we let the Ant-Man decide?
Yeah. Ant-Man, give us a
I think
Eagle.
it's AJ Brown for one. Ant-Man, good morning. How are you, sir?
I can't believe that I threw away the onion that I bought yesterday on accident. So I just went and bought another onion, and they raised the price 10 cents. Unacceptable.
Yeah, that's terrible.
That's how you start a damn Sunday. Freaking white onion, $1.79 a pound. Unbelievable.
Does AJ Brown get a touchdown today, Anthony?
We're either going to take AJ or Devonta Smith. Smith has the better number, but AJ Brown just been absolutely falling on everyone.
All right.
Tampa's pretty banged up, so I mean,
maybe it's time to get Devonta Smith involved.
I'm going with Smith, but you want to throw AJ Brown in there, fine with me.
Nah, we let you pick it. That's fine.
Yeah, let's go with
All
Smith.
right, and then the last game, let's take Chubb. Is he plus money at all?
Nick Chubb plus 140.
Easy, right? That gives us the interest there. And he's a likely scorer if the Texans just have a good game.
That is a great ticket
at home. So 5 players: Keenan Allen, Debo Samuel, Travion Henderson, Devontae Smith, Nick Chubb is at, even at $5, that would be $650.
What is yours?
$5.53 to win $723.
Okay, I'll do 553 for 875.
Oh, better number. There you go. That's why you shop around. $150 difference. All right, Ant-Man, what are your best plays of the day? What do you got? Any breaking news you need to give us first?
Nothing at all. I mean, mostly, just actives that we already knew. Baker's playing, Godwin's playing, your boy for the Patriots, Gonzalez is playing. Our guy that we are going to bet for a defensive score today, Derek Stingley, he's playing, and Chuba Hubbard's playing today.
All right. What are your best plays across the board?
I just got done with a 2-touchdown parlay. Bijan did absolute nothing last week, along with the entire Falcons team. I'm looking for a rebound. I don't know if they'll beat Washington today, but I think they're going to score more than 0. If that happens, I'm going to have Bijan get in the end zone twice. I know we were just talking about the Eagles, but Barkley's been kind of cold this year. I'm going with today's the Barkley day. So I'm throwing him in for 2. Derrick Henry literally is the reason why the Ravens aren't 3-0. And we'll see if hopefully he's not the reason why they go 1-3 this year. But I'm going to throw Derrick Henry in there for 2. And just because it's Green Bay on Sunday night against Dallas, Josh Jacobs for 2. I just got done making that.
All right, easy enough. Any obscure receivers, yardage, or anything like that?
The one I also made, like I said, with this whole Falcons team, hopefully having a rebound, at least on offense, I'm going to go with Ray McLeod to get 40 yards. The receivers in Carolina are banged up. I know whatever his name, McMillan, he's playing, but who knows how much he'll be involved today. I'm going with David Moore to get 40. And because Alex Pierce for the Colts is out today, I'm going to go with Adonai Mitchell. So Ray, David Moore, and Adonai Mitchell all to get 40 yards. $10 pays 500. What is the other one? Oh yeah, by the way, the other one for the 2 touchdowns, 10 pays just a little under 4,000. I also did a random touchdown score, and I'll share all this once we're off this call. But Alvin Kamara, Nico Collins. I think Nico goes off today. I actually threw $20 on him to be the highest yardage total
Interesting.
receiving
Yeah, I can
of
see
the
that.
day.
I can see that.
15-1. I threw him with Wandale Robinson and Darnell Mooney. But I'm sure you spoke about the team totals today. I made it so the Bills and the Lions both get over 40.5. That ends up being 41-1. I threw 15 on that. I threw Jamison Williams as well to be the highest receiving guy today because, look, I'm sure you covered this with Detroit and Cleveland. They can't run against Cleveland, and Cleveland has a pretty good defense, even though they're like 1-2, and they beat my beloved Packers. Their run defense is pretty good, and I know what we saw against Baltimore, what Detroit is capable of. But if they struggle, Goff's going to be throwing it, and maybe it's going to be Jamison Williams.
Yeah,
so
he's an Arm Madness ticket. Okay, cool.
I took a stab at most receiving yards Sunday only at 50-1. And look, I'm wondering if today's going to be the favorites day. So Detroit, just to go crazy. If they were in Cleveland, I'd be hesitant, but they're in the Dome today. So I'm going hard with Detroit. Same thing with Buffalo. It's just a matter of who's going to go off? Is it the James Cook day or is it Josh Allen? I don't know. Just flip a coin. And then I'm going to also throw that as, with the Chargers as well. I'm not necessarily saying the Chargers will beat the Giants by 30 points. That's why I'm only playing their team total.
Right. Same here. Yeah, 34-14. Sounds like a good score to me. Ant-Man, does Bijan Robinson at 18-1 to be the leading receiver interest you in that game?
Wish it wasn't 18-1, but
that's still pretty good, though.
Still not bad.
All right, let's discuss that after the show. But I'll go ahead and throw that out there. Okay, let's do our the most popular 2-touchdown sounder in all of sports.
Johnny.
4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
I give you 25 and a Ric Flair. It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like.
Get the papers.
All right, Nephew Dave, what do you got for 2 touchdown scores for us today?
All right, 2 touchdown scores. We'll go with Keenan Allen for 2. Jahmyr Gibbs for 2. We'll take a chance here on Krosky Merritt. Like I said, I believe he is playing. I read that, but if he gets voided, Josh Allen bringing up the rear in this 4-pick parlay here. Even if Krosky Merritt gets voided, I mean, that's still going to be a pretty nice ticket with the payout the way it is now. So that wouldn't be the end of the world. So Keenan Allen, Jahmyr Gibbs, Krosky Merritt, and Josh Allen.
All right. I played Fields and Ollie Gordon by themselves, $18 to win $8,000. So we'll hope for that one. For 2 touchdowns today, and this is kind of a Dave Del Grande inspired ticket, I have Ollie Gordon, again, who's 30-1 for the Dolphins to get 2 touchdowns. He's a guy who's going to get it inside the 5. Fields, as chaotic as he has to be on the ticket. But I have him matched up with these 3 players. Ginty, Omarion Hampton, and Nick Chubb, all for 2 touchdowns. So that's an interesting one that I have going on another 2-touchdown ticket. I took a shot with Addison in this game. I'm 1 year too late on that one, as he's not really living up to. Wentz isn't doing anything special. That's probably half the problem at least. But I have him also with Odunze, Keenan Allen, James Cook, and Jalen Hurts. And then I also have 2 touchdowns with let's see here. Our madness ticket that we did. 2 touchdown madness this morning. Egbuka, A.J. Brown, Josh Allen, Jameson Williams, Alec Ayomanor, Tyler Conklin, Jalen Lane, and Kayshon Boutte. So some short shots and some long shots. I got Higbee and Demarcus Robinson parlayed by themselves. And then the late touchdown madness ticket, which also pays really well. 2 touchdowns for Tyler Higbee, Demarcus Robinson, Mark Andrews, Noah Gray, Alameda Zacchaeus, and Dontavian Wicks. All right, so that's 2 touchdown madness for this afternoon. And it looks like my ticket of DK Metcalf with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison, both to score, is going down in flames. No thanks to Carson Wentz's nephew Dave Stick. He is bad.
He is bad.
He is bad.
He is so bad.
All right, any final word, Ant-Man?
The only one I just made, it's funny that everyone's on Josh Allen. I guess I will be included as well. I threw Allen to get 2, Nico Collins to get 2, Amon-Ra St. Brown to get 2, and I don't know if we've spoken about him yet, but Bucky Irving for 2.
All right.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, there you go. Bucky's due for 2. Team point wise today for me, now Dave can give a couple more of his picks. All these teams can score their points today on their alternate overs. Detroit, Buffalo, Houston, New England, the Chargers, and the Bears. That's my list. Final picks for you, Dave.
So we'll go with a little same game parlay here in my game. We're going to try out Mariota for 40 yards once again. We're going to go Zach Ertz anytime touchdown. Figure he's going to get involved some. We didn't touch much on him. So I would expect him to have some good usage today. Jalen Lane getting an opportunity with the injuries at receiver for Washington. We're going to go 40 yards for him. And then we're going to go with each team to score a touchdown in each half. That doesn't sound too difficult between these 2 squads here. $10 pays almost $500 for a little same game action.
All right, and I would, if you're out there too, go ahead and find some low ball receivers and put them all together. Again, you're going to get good numbers on McCaffrey, Jalen Lane, guys like Ayomanor, Dawson Knox is paying big time just for 25 yards today. Guys like Tyquan Thornton. All right, the Spencer Rattler rushing yards. Definitely Purdy as well. Purdy's is low. Rattler's is low. I mean, Rattler's going to have plenty of time to try to run when they're down 21, 24 points to Buffalo today. Throw some Baker in there. I really like the Purdy and Rattler together more than anything. Just a 2-game parlay with those guys might even be worth a shot. And don't be afraid to do a couple 2-game parlays of just some of this stuff alone. And we do have the defensive touchdown parlay with Stingley and our guy from the Chargers, Derwin James. If that hits, that will be a fantastic afternoon. All right, guys. Good to hear from you, man. We'll see you in a few minutes. Nephew Dave, good job by you. We'll queue up the Pie Tasters. It's just before noon here on the Round Robin. Week 4 is in the books. We'll get the TVs together. Everyone have fun, be safe, and hopefully you have a profitable Sunday. Good luck.
Hear it all together.
But people, let me tell you, oh, I never reach out love. But oh, the wind is high tonight. I keep looking back, but my baby's not inside. I would like to start looking. Baby, can I change my mind?
I'm just slow. Anthony, I took a shower in the backyard today with the garden hose. That was a real shower. The garden hose was a full blast. It was a cold shower.